And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. And I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, everybody, good evening. We have some interesting trial news today, and it was an interesting day with trials in general. So I will be switching over and to the other screen so y'all could see me. And we'll go do what we usually do. Alright. Alright, here I am. It is I, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody's been having a good day, good evening. And about to be getting into the game. I want to say that I appreciate all of y'all that watch the streams, on the streams, however people do it. I appreciate everybody. And it's a cool Halloween season. Speaking of weather, though, speaking of weather, up north it seems that it's pretty cold up there right now, and down here it's more like late summer. And according to the Old Farmer's Almanac, it was going to be like that. I just read it earlier because I was wondering when the cooler weather was going to come down here, and it's going to come down here. I didn't really say when, but it may be a little bit warmer, but in my opinion, it'll probably come like later, end of this month or next month, or something like that. It's usually, but at night it's cool. It's cool at night. That is something that is true. But the daytime it's warm. All right, and other things is the situation with the trial. Yeah, so Donna-Adelson had a really epic day today in court, and she was sentenced to life without parole plus 60 years in layman's terms. And Judy was talking about that in the chat, like what it was, because there's like a more of a complex way to say it, which I feel that the more simplistic way was, better to let people know like what it was. So she, made a good point about how to say it, the way she said it. So anyway, yeah. So it was good to see Donna get the life sentence because it was wrong what she did. She certainly was a mastermind behind it, and I think she was a good actor. She was really a good actor because it was really cringe what she was doing, how she handled that situation, because she was not showing any empathy or remorse or compassion. She was just trying to like look out for herself, and she was trying to, say she didn't do it, but she was trying to go to Vietnam over there when that's a place where people go to seek asylum and get out of the way of getting locked up. So it's kind of strange that she would want to Google that right during the situation. It's quite convenient. So the evidence is clearly there, and people will use the internet, but the internet, what's there is there. It'll be tracked there forever. So. We're now getting to the pirate game. Of course, still we'll be talking about these things while we do this. Alright, so let's go here. Alrighty. We'll get right into the game and other stuff that we do. Alright, it is. The game was supposed to fix this part where it takes a little while for it to boot up, but it'll eventually come on. Yeah. They've added some new features to the game that they didn't have before, which I think is quite cool. It's always good to see. Let's see. Okay, now we will be. As I said, the game is currently not launching because, as I said, maybe they didn't quite fix it like they said they would. Yeah, and there's this other trial today that I watched. I got there in the morning. Well, I was up until the morning, actually. That's really that's the truth, actually. And I got there, but I thought it was going to be at like 8 o'clock, but it was like 7 something, and I was like, oh, good. And I talked to everybody, and we had some cool conversations. about, we're making jokes, learning about the trial itself. I thought it was quite intriguing to learn that stuff. And what I'm talking about is chat. We were just making jokes about the trial and about Timu Sheen stuff. It was a nice exchange, and watching different defendants in the stand, and this guy, I don't know what his name is, but he was trying to like not get the why he was trying to not get the death penalty, trying to get his conviction overturned. That was the person's mission. Okay, there's a message here. Let's see. All right, face the fearsome kraken. Dare to enter the kraken's lair and discover a new story quest. The start of the story finish Raven's Cove story quest and strive to a fearful encounter. All players can team up and hunt the kraken as long as a crew member is marked. Okay. Oh, hello, Norm. Good evening. All right, Norm says I'm moving to Marina that has some of the most spectacular northern largemouth bass fishing in North America, like Lake Champlain. Oh, that is excellent, Norm. Thank you for the update, buddy. Good evening to you. I know that fishing's a passion of yours, and I'm glad to know you're going to be going up there. Let's see. Yeah, because they have a lot of good, fishing places over where you're going to go, and I'm sure you're going to catch some really cool stuff. Screw Colorado. Oh, yeah. 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 Yeah, because in Colorado, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of places you could fish at, like you can over in Marina. Although I'm not quite familiar with it, I know about it, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's a better choice. Now, in this pirate game, you can do fishing. By the way, there's a fishing boat you can get, which I haven't gotten to that part, but yeah, you could get a fishing boat and catch some stuff. One of my friends was able to, he got it, and you can go in the ocean. I mean, in the sea and fish, or you could go into the dock and fish. Yeah. So have fun out there. It sounds really cool. Now, I was talking earlier about in New York. It's real cold right now, from what I hear from people that live there. Where I am down here, it's warm, but at night it's kind of cool. That it was the weather was hot, and then all of a sudden became like 50 degrees. Yeah, bass is one of my favorite fish because it was to me iconic because I always would see it on display and talked about. So yeah, bass is one of my favorites. It would have been cool to check out the lizards in the prairie, but fish are cooler. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially I think. Yeah. Yeah, I like 50 degrees. Where I am, it's a bit warm right now. Although I've gotten used to hot and cold weather. Uh, I just yeah, the general survey about the weather in the northern regions, it is now cooler. Down here, it's still warm. But yeah, and there's not a lot of rainfall, so the Farmer's Almanac was correct about the prediction. So far, there's not that much rain in the south, and it's warmer, and up north it's cooler. All right. Yeah, and 6 to 7 pounds largemouth swimming past my new place as we speak. Oh, Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, I like to hear about those stories about as it's happening live. It's really cool. Anna says, "Hi, Alien. Got question. What is or are are the healing crystals?" Okay, I'll answer you right now. All right, right here, we're going to do that. The okay, and as I know about healing crystals and giving you the explanation that we have right here. Let's see. All right, so the healing crystals are minerals that have been metaphysical properties that I don't see anything about the Pacific, the ore, what the healing crystal is exactly. I'll tell you what a healing crystal is. All right, so these people have these crystals that allegedly have these properties to them that allegedly can heal people spiritually and physically that people use back in the past. And I'll give you like a little bit of a more detailed explanation about what healing crystals are. So, healing crystals are minerals that some people believe are metaphysical properties that promote well being. The practice of using crystals for healing is an alternative therapy, ancient roots through its not supported by scientific evidence. Instead, any positive effects experienced people the science alleges are often attributed to placebo effect allegedly, but it is used for meditation and mindfulness and accompanied by the practice. And here's some concepts behind the healing crystals. The unique vibrations. Adherents of crystal healing believe that each crystal has its own unique energetic vibration, which can interact with influence person's energy field. I do believe that like gold and silver and things like that could have properties in them that could have some sort of spiritual effect, in my opinion, possibly. Meaning which crystals? Okay. Okay, the rose quartz is a love stone. It's associated with unconditional love and emotional healing and compassion. Clear quartz, often called the master healer, it is believed to amplify energy, enhance clarity, and balance all chakras. The amethyst, a purple quartz used for calming and protective qualities, it is thought to relieve stress, soothe anxiety, and aid in spiritual awareness. The black tourmaline is the stone is used for protection against negative energy, for grounding. Citrine, associated with abundance and positivity, it is believed to help manifest interactions and boost energy. And selenite. Selenite is a crystal used for its cleansing and purification energy of a person's aura and for the other crystals. All right. Norm says pseudo effect big time in my opinion. Everything you need is already inside you. Thank you, Norm, for your take on it. And how people use the healing crystals. Meditation. Holding the crystal during meditation is thought to deepen the focus and enhancing the practice. Jewelry wearing. Wearing crystals as jewelry is a way to keep the energy in contact with your body throughout the day. Home decor. Placing crystals in specific areas of a home or office is believed to create a harmonious and balanced environment. Crystal grids. Arranging crystals in geometric patterns is practice used to amplify their combined energies for practical purposes. Therapy session. The practitioners place crystals on person's body, often aligning with chakras during session. My sister uses them. She's really into them. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. No problem. All right. Norm says I am LMT in craniosacral therapist level 2. We don't need no sting crystals. Okay, of thank you, Norm, for your opinion about it. And I do appreciate information that you provide, chat. Always positive. All right, let's see. Yeah, yeah, you do very good at your trade. Very good at it. We were talking about that yesterday with how the different Greek medical facilities, there was these temples, and it would have priests that would do these spas, these massagings on people, and that's what they do. That's what they do to enhance the experience and help heal people. Yes, thank you, Anna. Yeah, probe that like button, definitely. Thank you, Anna. And yeah, so that's what I think with the. It was interesting the ancient origins of these massages and how people they thought a different deities were healing people, and they used opium a lot, which is used a lot of opiates today, like heroin or codeine or morphine, oxycontin, stuff like that. They have these morphine is used in lots of different appliances, and they used that back in those days. I don't think it's, in my opinion, I don't think it's always self-esteem issues. I I think that it has to do with people might want to try something new. They might see a interesting spiritual experience with it. That's what I think. And if somebody, like, I don't know if that's like the best approach to say it in that way. Uh, if you do think that, but I just think that not always the case. I think people may want to have a different type of spiritual experience, so they may have read or done research on something and may think it works for them. And I don't, I haven't used the crystal method, but I think people can they use it they like. It's up to them. I said my sister's into it. Yeah, and that's like for instance they had on crowns and stuff they would put these different type of crystals and precious metals in it 'cause they thought that it had these special properties. But the it's interesting to know how ancient people did things. The As I was saying with the trials, they had Donna Adelson was sentenced. Yeah, with the different sentence Donna Adelson, I think that, as I said, the judge made the right decision. Because they were trying to get her to only serve 3 years, but she clearly was responsible for these behaviors, in my opinion. Yeah, and Norm, I think that there are exceptions to the rule, and not like every single like person, in my opinion, is like that. It depends on like the person. Maybe you were dealing with people that were like that. I do think that's true, but it doesn't mean like every single person's doing it for those reasons. Yeah, and Anna said, "Thanks, Norm, but when you get older and things start to go, you try stuff, no harm in it." Yeah, and I think you could try it. It's okay. You do what you feel is best. Trying something new is it's not like the same thing. Like a lot of people our age in this day and age, like my age, they might have different. They definitely have self esteem issues in my generation, but everybody has their own reasons for doing what they do. And I want people to be able to do what they want to without being judged about it. At the same time, I think it's people are right to do what they want. Also, Right. And like for Anna, for instance, it's something that is a self-help thing. Like, yeah, I don't think it has to do with self-esteem issues. It's just maybe there are people that are like that, but it doesn't mean every single person that does that is like that. So people might want new experiences to try something new. Uh, I think that's okay. You know, with me, I'm a Timu alien, and I'm always trying something new because every time I get something, since it's from Timu, it doesn't always last as long. So I'm always having to try out these different things myself. Uh, I'm lucky in the morning if I attach my head on correctly. Yeah. So that is my position on the matter. Norm says, here's a perfect example. If you massage someone in the opposite direction of the heart, you can create vicarious veins, varicose veins. I didn't know about that. And I don't know anything about the massaging people, and that is certainly your trade. And that is very interesting. Now, can you elaborate like what that is exactly? Because I'm not quite familiar with that. What you're saying there. Okay. And as I said, the judge made the right decision in the Donna Adelson trial. I think definitely. Okay, we're gonna go to King's Head. So Donna Adelson's attorneys were trying to get her only 3 years, and then Donna Adelson was making a big deal out of the what she was saying. Like she was talking, elaborating on how she was innocent and she didn't do anything wrong, and that was something I thought was really cringe because it completely showed her selfishness. Absolute selfishness on her part, and she went on for it for quite a while, and then okay, Anna, understood. Okay, thank you for your feedback. Yeah, so yeah, with Donna, she certainly has to always like kind of make it about herself because that's what a lot of us were thinking. And the judge called her out, and the judge was saying that it was important, for her she was like continuing talking, and he was just like, this is very selfish what you're saying. It's making it about yourself, and that was our chat. Now we're like, oh, and people are saying boom too. My sister is older than I am. My sister's older, and she was born in the '80s, and she's with from a different woman than my mom. So her and I have the same dad, but different moms. Norm says you always need to massage the outer limbs, extremities, in the direction of the heart, or you can create a varicose veins or give the person a heart attack. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, it certainly is a medical a science to it also, because you have to make sure you don't accidentally do something like that, and someone that isn't experienced with massaging wouldn't know that offhand. So that's very cool. Okay. A lot of people swear by crystals. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, and crystals. I have a couple of for collecting reasons. I have crystals for collecting reasons, not other reasons. But yeah, I definitely have those, some of those, and but for other reasons. And yeah, people do a lot of different stuff with them. There's different philosophies that practice things with crystals, and I think that is very interesting to have. I mean, like I don't do it myself, but it's just to study about what these people do and like what they use it for. Now, I'm curious about the origins of where people use crystals from. And thank you, chat, for keeping it cool. I appreciate it. As we talk about our different opinions about things, I appreciate both of you. All right. So, thank you, Norm, for explaining that to me about the heart attack stuff with the massaging. All right. Well, I want to see what the origin of crystals are. The origin of using crystals is found in ancient civilizations across the globe, where they were integrated into rituals, medicines, and daily life for thousands of years. Many cultures believe that crystals were more than decorative objects and possessed mystical protective properties. All right, the 4th millennium BC practices in the Sumerians are considered one of the first civilizations to use crystals in their healing rituals and magical formulas. Belief they use crystals and the lapis lazuli serpentine sacred, believing that the stones could trap us spirits or intentions. Discovery of Queen's Poppy's tomb show that they were buried in the carnelian lapis, protected in her soul in the afterlife. Something interesting about the crystals. There is allegedly a crystal ball. There is a crystal that was used by two Christian thinkers. An angel visited them and told them about this thing, and they're able to see things in the future and stuff like that, and they thought it was pretty cool. But they realized the angel was telling one of them to sleep with the other person's wife, and an angel from God wouldn't say something like that, so they determined it was something demonic. And allegedly in Spain, one of the officials were watching the Spanish Armada get destroyed in a crystal ball. And it's kind of like our technology today with the Wi-Fi and the internet. So they must have, as I said, I believe some maybe supernatural beings or ancient knowledge. There could be something with it in a different sense with the psychic things, but not necessarily with the. I don't know about the medical properties of them, but interesting history of crystals that we've talked about on the channel before, by the way. And Anna says my hubby had to go to ER on Sunday morning for retaining urine and did get some home with catheter and has it Friday. Gotta go to urologist to have it out, and he's never had to go to the hospital except. Okay. I'll certainly be thinking and praying for him. And yeah, that certainly is a tedious situation. It's very lots of discomfort with that, and with these health issues, as people some people have health issues throughout their life, but especially I've heard as people age, it may increase. So I think that is very interesting to talk about the crystals, what properties they have, and also what you're saying about. Thank you for the update, Anna, about what's going on. Right, Norm says all the minerals are vitamins inside your body right now is 100 times more powerful than the biggest crystal on planet Earth. And I believe, and also like the Bible says, the kingdom of God is within man. It's similar to like what the Bible says. Of course, I don't see any harm if someone wants to use a crystal too at the same time. I don't see any harm in it personally. But also, what's within a person is that's also very good to also say norm as well. And thank you. And Anna says for dog bite and to get IV antibiotics, so it kind of makes me nervous. So though I'd try crystals, may have to tie him up first. Yeah, and as I said, that works for you, and the combination of both, perhaps, where what's within you and with the healing crystals too. Why not? It wouldn't hurt. And so yeah, and tell us how it goes with what you're trying out, and also thank you, Norm, for your commentary about it too. And you don't massage heart patients' legs can throw a clot into the heart. Yeah, my great grandfather had a blood clot in his leg, and he couldn't go to serve in the military during World War II because of that. But I mean, it was good that he was here and not he didn't get deleted or maimed in a war or traumatized from it. So I think that's pretty cool. With I mean, that he was able to stay here, but yeah, he had a blood clot in his leg, and he was unfit to serve the army, but he wanted to go. Now, some of my not cousins, some of my, I guess, cousins and uncles did go to World Two, and they fought in they fought against the Japanese, I think, in the Philippines or different. They fought against them in different islands because I was learning about them, and they were in tropical islands, but not specifically what they did exactly. So yeah, the tropical islands were in the Pacific theater. I do have relatives that went to Germany to fight Germany. Oh, they were German themselves, so although they were not it wasn't known about at the time about the genocide, but of course they were against what they were doing by what the Germans were doing over there. They felt, although they were German themselves, and it kind of was awkward. They, served the country, and one of them was shot on the beach, and that had to be the D-Day raid, the Omaha raid. But he got a Purple Heart. One of my relatives on my mom's side. My dad's side, I have a war. My great grandfather was in World War One because my dad was kind of from a couple of generations ago. He was born a couple of generations ago. So yeah, my great grandfather was in World War One. He was from Canada. Then he went to London. Then he went to the war in the trenches. So he literally fought in the trenches. Interesting to know the history about what people went through in different times. I do think stress is a good thing if seen in a different light. So say people back in these days, they interpreted stress as a way to, although stress can be bad for you, of course. I mean, obviously. But if people could find different coping mechanisms and see it as a positive thing to do something, they have a different point of view of it. Maybe the effects would not be as severe on their bodies. But in my opinion, they are really in those type of situations. It will depend on the circumstances. Well, Anna says Wiccans use crystals, and no, I'm not trying to be a witch. Okay, yeah, my sister is a Wiccan, and she's a witch. But I'm not into that. Now, my sister has issues with the family in Europe. She's a little bit. They think she's kind of suspicious, so they don't really talk to her. But yeah, she is a witch into that stuff, and she asked me if I accept her. So, I mean, I believe that people I'm a Christian, but yeah, I don't recommend. I don't do witchcraft personally, but people do whatever they do. I said I don't believe religion should be forced on people. I debate religion all the time. I've debated with Norm before, and we've had good debates about it, and other people on the show. But I don't believe in putting a pew to someone's head, a gun to someone's head, and forcing someone to believe in a religion. No. So I said you do whatever you want. I don't care. But yeah, but thank you, Anna, and for clarifying that. I didn't think you're becoming a witch personally. I know that they do use crystals, but as I said, interesting to see what occurs. Oh, okay. You're welcome, Anna. Norm says you can still do different types of massage therapies on legs with problems like lymphatic facilitation and lymphatic drainage. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Norm. Yeah, and usually people wouldn't think. I guess you would, before massaging someone, you get to have to know their medical record before you do that, so you don't have some sort of a they don't have sort of a heart problem. But yeah, thank you for explaining that. Very interesting. I've never been. Maybe I was massaged somewhere before one time by some, I think, but I've never been that often. No, not that I can recall, but I think one time I was massaged. Something like that may have happened, but uh, one of my friends may have done it or something, but or else somewhere that it happened. But yeah, it's interesting. Is it's more complex than you would think because it just looks like massaging people, but there's a science behind it. It said the ancient Greeks and Romans did it to people and healed them, so it's an ancient art. I would think in Asia they did it too. Of course, they had the different baths and stuff in the old world. Right, in Mesopotamia and Samaria was the 4th millennium BC. The practices, Sumerians are considered one of the first civilizations to use crystals in their healing rituals and magic formulas beliefs. They use crystals like that. So it was in Samaria, ancient Egypt. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. Angel Cake Anna. All right. All right, see, ancient Egypt, time 3100 to 30 BC. Practices Egyptians use crystals extensively for protection, health, spiritual purposes. Beliefs, protection. They wore crystals as amulets for protection, buried them with the deleted dead for a safe passage into the afterlife, and used them in breastplates and armor for battle. I know when the ancient Israelites, the high priests wore stuff like that on their. Uh, they wore these plates on them, so that they even used that. And a lot of, I think, the Ark of the Covenant and things from the ancient Israelites came from the Egyptians. And they were coming out of Egypt too. It's quite incredible to imagine these civilizations. They made gold. By the way, I can't believe I didn't put this in my title or something like that. Wow, I really am slipping up. Silver went to $50 an ounce. That's incredible. It hasn't been like that since 2011. Gold's over 4,000 an ounce. It's quite wild. And yeah. All right, Norm says yes. Know their medical needs is step one. That's why you don't want anyone working on you without knowing myology and kinsology. And as I said, I don't know anything about that, and so thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know that. I very valuable information for us in chat. Okay, Dad was in World War II and Frank in Navy during Nam. Okay. Oh yeah, so I'm thankful for their service in the armed forces. My teachers, the manager of the director of the part of the school I was in, her father was in the Navy too during the Vietnam War. Okay. And then ancient China used healing crystals. Time 2000 BC. Now, the thing with. Yeah, I don't think my relatives in the other side. I don't know of my other relatives being in World War II, but my Nana in England was in London during the bombings. And she, it was a traumatic thing. And she, got to a safer area. So she was during the London bombings. It's and during the things during World War II that were bad, the bombing of London was not nice. You know, so yeah, she was in the bombing, unfortunately. Now, my nana and uh, grandfather in England are both in their 90s right now. That's when my sister came over there to try to allegedly get some help from them. They're 90 years old and they're trying to like live their life, the rest of their life in peace. And she just comes out of nowhere and wants to be friends. It's like, it didn't make any sense to them, and I don't blame them. It's like it was kind of sus. Although uh, they have feuding over there. They have some feuding, but as I said, they get along with me, but they have some feuding with each other. Now, I never met them in person because I was in a different country, but she was with them in person for some time. My dad has issues. Let's put it that way. He has issues with himself, but so she eventually went to Australia, and as I said, he wasn't the greatest person to be around, but the grandparents are fine. They're cool people, and my aunt and uncle are cool people too. And yeah, so that's some of my like kind of background about those different wars. And a lot of my relatives are from Europe, but I have a couple of lines. Yes, exactly, Anna. Correct. Religious discussions are fine, but not being pushed. Yes. Now, okay, so ancient China, the practices, jade was the most revered stone in ancient China and was used for medicine, ceremony, and decorations. I love jade. Oh, there's like a jade table, and that was made, and it looked gorgeous. Longevity, immorality. Jade was believed to promote physical, spiritual healing and prolong life. Some emperors were even buried in suits made of jade to preserve their spirits. Now, I'll say that I think meditation is good. I like meditation. There's different chakras on your back and your spine and your head, according to a form of thinking. And different types of meditations and hand gestures and your, can help you, you know, help your mind allegedly and spirit and stuff like that. That's something that I like meditation. Since I was in high school, I learned about it, and then I learned about other types of meditation too. That's always pretty cool. One thing I love doing is walking. I walk all the time. I love walking at night or during the day. I walk all the time, and it's all beautiful to. And right now, there's so many stars right now outside because of the Orion's belt is like all there. Oh, Moki, good evening to you. So nice to see you here, and it's just gorgeous. Oh my goodness, Sirius is there. The Orion's belt, everything is out on display. It's beautiful at night. Yeah, Moki, good evening to you. And uh, I was talking about Donna Adelson and the other child I saw with you all this morning. It was very nice seeing you all this morning. Very nice jokes and good commentary, and the sun was shining in here. It was all cool. And we're talking about. I'm playing the game, and I'm talking about some. Anna's curious about crystals, so we're just having like a little discussion and some debates about crystals. Of interesting, and talking about other, chit chat as well. Hope you have been having a good day, Moki. It's nice to see you always. All right. Oh, Shell. Good evening to you, Shell. It's great to see you as well. All right. And oh, you caught up on Donna. I'm glad to know. And Donna was yeah. It's just today she was trying to persuade the everybody to think that she was not guilty and she didn't do it. And as I said, she did a better acting than Amber Heard did. But yeah, it just, and the judge called her out and said she was only interested in herself, and she wasn't showing any kind of remorse or any kind of compassion for the victim. And then they were asking for 3 years. Chat was wild. Oh, 666, but my man, good to see you, buddy. Uh, Harvey and Donna would speak. Yeah. Oh, today was hilarious when they're first talking with Harvey, and everybody was just kind of like trying to crank up the volume, like what was going on, like what was he saying, and he was just they're trying to say like she's this cool person that doesn't do stuff like that, and these people that she knew were in the courtroom and on the video calls. That was wild. Chat was wild. And Moki says, "Well, you can't claim remorse and innocence." Yeah, that is true. That is true. Also, I think it was Harvey's Timu phone. That's what it had to be, or his Timu top, his iTimu laptop. Uh, all right, so 666, bro. So I had a really great day today. I mean, I always have a good day, but I remember I was like real. At night, I watched Friday the 13th. I'll tell you like how the whole thing went. Okay, so I watched Friday the 13th, one of the movies, of the numerous movies that they made, and it was part of one of the many sequels. And I was after that, I continued on the looking up stuff, and I think I was watching maybe another movie and kind of researching things as well. And then it came to morning, and I was like, as I said, I was looking at these news and articles, and I was just uh, really thinking about the different things we've done so far, and I really am. I appreciate y'all very much. I was kind of looking over some plans of the channel and things that we've done so far, just kind of like assessing everything. And yeah, and then I was like, all right, I am cranked up like the 4th of July. I am still going. And although y'all know I stay up, like into the morning usually. And I saw a trial was on, and I was like, I was hopping on board. And Erin, shout out to Erin, she was like, did I ever get any sleep? She's like, I'm assuming that you didn't even get to sleep yet. And I'm like, nope, I didn't. And I was just having a blast. I was like, I was texting my friend about the trial, and I was like making jokes with everybody in the chat. It was wild. And I was just wanted to make sure I was going to see this trial and see the Donna thing. And then I left the chat and then came back a little bit later and saw Donna. Yeah, it was a really cool day today. And it was nice to see you 666 at the Donna trial. And you're cooking, and I was glad to know you're cooking because I know you make really good food. And so it was nice seeing everybody. Kevin Bacon was in the first Friday 13th. Oh, I did. Oh, really? Yes. Okay. Yeah. And yes, happy Thanksgiving to the Canadian friends up north. We've been saying happy Thanksgiving to the people that celebrate that. Ah, it is Joyce. Good evening, Joyce. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Uh, y'all at Boy Scouts with me. I am bored and tired, so I need to stay awake. Oh, oh. Hello, Joyce. We will glad to have you with us. All right. So I've been watching all the Friday the 13th movies, and I guess we're gonna have some spoil. I don't think I'll be spoiling, but spoiler alerts. I think people see it already, but we're just gonna make that disclaimer about the spoiler alerts. Yeah, I never saw the Friday the 13th movies, and when I'm older now and I could see them. And in 2016 when I was seeing movies, I for some reason didn't see Friday the 13th. I saw the Michael Myers movies, the Halloween movies, but not the It's interesting. I seen parts of it. I think I saw something one time on Friday 13th. I had to. I knew about the storyline. I had to have known about it. Or I saw some explanation of it. You got your hair done today. Oh, that's lovely. Beautiful hair done. That's great. And you definitely deserve it. And so the kid drowns in the lake, but he actually didn't really drown. He's still chilling, but he's not, kind of like a zombie thing. And yeah, I remember in the movie when like these kids are so, which I don't want to like be what you would call blissful about it, because I don't want, because anything can happen to anybody. But it's so crazy to see how. Okay, have you seen Rob Zombie's Halloween? It's excellent. I could have seen it. I don't know if I saw it. I have to. I'm gonna go look this up to see what this is, if I've seen it or not. I could have seen it. Yamoki was gorgeous, getting herself, getting the hair done, getting all beautified and gorgeous, glamorous and smooth. Let's see. Did I see this? I don't think I saw this, but I will go look at it. I've not seen it yet. Okay. I got the Sleeping Pirate. Yes. Yes. But yeah, I'll go look at it. Now, I will say, with the people, the victims in the movie, they're always so blissful and like they don't think anything wrong's gonna happen. But it's a good lesson to be kind of like, hey, you know what? We gotta be careful here and try to be cool with to be aware of your surroundings, especially if a lake or an area is like known for having a psychopathic murder spree. It's probably best to be a little bit cautious or not go at all. But yeah, as I said, he's definitely has these. I feel he's supernatural to some extent, because it's like it always like there's always like bad weather, or the storm picks up, or there's like a bunny or a cat or a dog that just kind of walks around to distract someone. And although according to AI, it was just done for a comedic effect, or like to just say like, oh, something scary is about to happen. I think it was actually, my conspiracy theory is there's some supernatural element to him. Michael said, "Hi everyone, just finished watching the Starship 11 launch landings. Perfect. At all stages, goodbye V2, hello V3." Oh yeah, awesome. Thank you for being here. Look, I didn't like how had different kid play him into. Yes, I think I've seen parts of it. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, there and a lot of times the characters will do something. Aloha, Michael. Yeah, I think a lot of times with these different people in like the movie, they'll do something, and that will certainly cause them to have a problem in the long term with in the movie. Like say like they'll go somewhere or get sick, and then they go, but that's where he catches them. He catches them when they least expect it. And I said so. He's like a hunter basically, and like I knew about the ski mask. Like I remember. Oh, hello, Tom. Good evening to you. You got your official snowfall in the mountains. I believe in the mountains. There's official snowfall. I believe that definitely. And that's good to know. That's good to know. That's wild at the same time for me to comprehend this snowfall in October. It's like the X-Files. But yeah, I would believe the mountains would have snowfall because mountains always have snow in them for some reason. That's really cool. I like to know what's going on. And up north right now, it's colder weather up there right now. Down where I am, it's like summer. It's like late summer. Atlanta Falcons beating Buffalo Bills 21-7 didn't have on my card this week. Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, and the camp counselors weren't watching Jason when he was in the lake, which is irresponsible. And as I said, this like person's like watching all these people get like deleted, and then like this random person comes out of nowhere, and it's like, hey, wow, this is messed up. It's like this random person. Yeah, that person that's randomly coming in is probably may not necessarily have your best interests. They may be part of it or doing it. Yeah. So I think that was, and it's something I saw right away. I caught that right away. And I think the movies back then were very well made. Okay, I'm not saying there's movies now that aren't made well, but very, very well made movies. Good grief. I mean, you could solely can tell the difference. And as you all know, I'm always very supportive, and I stand by. I appreciate this generation's technology over other generations. But yeah, they really knew how to like do those movies back then. Imagine like if they made it today, there probably would be a bunch of political stuff in it. Good grief, it would have been so probably politicized, you know, and it would have been more of what's it called, exclusive or whatnot. But yeah, say like there's heroines in the both, you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the Friday 13th. They have a female heroine in it, but there was no need for these other kind of movements that came later that messed up cinema and messed up TV shows, and it's just stupid, in my opinion, about how some of these things were handled. But yeah, so I definitely will. I do appreciate that time period and the way they made movies. I have mad respect for that. Like 100 years from now, those movies are going to be still good. Okay, and movies now that were stupid are going to still be stupid in the future. Right. Saw Donna had upcoming last night, but I thought they were just rerunning the original trial to part something. Gotta check it out. Oh, okay, yeah, definitely check it out. Yeah. Happy early birthday to Tom. Oh yeah, happy early birthday. Tom, we'll celebrate your birthday here, buddy. I was about to say when I go live every day. So there you go. Technology is better, but the writing is terrible. Yes, 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 Shell. That is very true. Now, I want to say, Shell, though, that some graphics now with CGI are not as good as the older movies. I have to say my opinion. You know, some graphics are not like there was some graphical ways of filming they did that look more realistic in some situations, or at least more scary. Like House on Haunted Hill was a Vincent Price movie from the 50s. Happy birthday, Mario. Mario. And so I think definitely that House on Haunted Hill was very scary. Although it was not as realistic, and in a way it makes it even more frightening. So yes, the technology is better, and I can think that the graphics it looks like you're really there, but still, even graphically there's things that they had some sort of advantage because they were very creative. Another thing show with the technology they lacked, they're very creative in, and the times, the people were a bit different back then. So yeah, definitely the technology is better now. That is true. But with the creativity they had and the motives were pure to make a good horror movie, that's something to admire. Now, Moki said some things. Okay, did you know that Otis Zobe's movie is the same guy who scratched his scalp with the coat hanger in Texas Chainsaw 2? I didn't know that, Moki, and I saw Texas Chainsaw 2. That was pretty epic. I mean, the opening of that one, that was pretty epic. And you have those two idiots. I'm gonna spoil. I might be spoiling. Spoiler alert. I'll try to downplay as much as possible. You say you have two idiots, right? And they're being really stupid and wasting a certain thing that shouldn't be wasted when you're on the road. And then this dude, this savage, comes out of nowhere, and bro is like the Reaper himself. It was like, wow, these two idiots. Like, you kind of almost are like, some of these people, you know, were kind of goofy, kind of stupid to begin with. But yeah, that was some interesting stuff. The opening part of that movie was interesting. Yeah, and Texas Chainsaw 2. All right, and she says something else. She said, Captain Splauding is my favorite bad guy. Oh, okay. That's good to know. All right. Yeah, Texas Chainsaw 2 was good. And Joyce said, y'all, I am sorry, but this one den mother is getting on my nerves. American Gothic was good too. Yes, yes, it's true. The Motel of Hell is a classic. All right. And then, or not open summer camps with history of murderous rampage. Yes, yes. And Love Motel Hello. And Shell said 1977 car scared me. I was like 5 or 6 when I saw it. Ah, okay. Okay. Cool movie suggestions. Okay. The Car, 1977. Scared. Scared. Okay, let's go here. Joyce just slapped him mother upside down that he would. I'm still getting mosquito bites. Oh, that. Oh. Yeah. There's actually things to combat mosquito bites. There's some kind of a bracelet you could get that repels them. I like to smell mosquito spray personally. I think when I was a kid, when I was in kindergarten, they put mosquito spray on me, and I like the smell of it. All right, and let's see. Tell hell. Alrighty, let's continue. The chicken scene from Devil's Reject is one of my favorite scare scenes. Oh, all right. I like how they always do these different scenes where I like how these different scenes in the movie. Oh, look, I'm talking to a pirate. Scared. You know, like the end scenes. Sometimes in the Friday 13th movies, the end scenes are like crazy. It was like, wow, like scared. Blimey, you did good for an amateur, but that's what the pirate's telling me. Okay, so Alien's character has purple hair and a bathrobe on For Jack Sparrow change, Amber made him come out the closet. And poor guy. Scared. Yeah, it's just everything went downhill after the trial. It caused the pirate, my pirate, some to find out things about himself that he never wanted the world to know. Okay, it's frozen. Oh, okay. So it didn't. He didn't want to talk to me. That's fine. Well, the pirate talked to me, just that I was kind of, uh, I didn't catch it quick enough. Okay, let's see. It's like the midlife crisis that the rainbow. All right, let's see. It's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Sometimes I'll listen to like the background theme, and like it sounds quite ambient, and it kind of like emphasizes the heat of the Texas southern weather. That's how it was supposed to emulate. Yes, that was a wild one right there. And like sometimes they're ambient and they're kind of good for study. House on Haunted Hill was okay. House on Haunted Hill was older one was better. Yes, Vincent Price. All right, Moki's saying that the Panama alien guy posted a video about how he faked the alien creature. People don't believe him. Well, the thing with the alien creature, what got me was, although I have an open mind, I always have an open mind about things. When I have an open mind, they, I could the at the meteorite where the meteorite hit. That is where it happened. Like that looks so fake to me. But it could have been something real, hypothetically. So thank you, Moki, for knowing it was a hoax. That's why I understand why people don't always believe in aliens, because of things like that. But yeah, I certainly believe that there are real sightings, but there's also fake ones too. I'm going to need a drink for real. Some problem is the church. What are chances? Oh well. All right. All right. Call four. Okay. So Moki said, I am looking. Waiting for other players. Let's see. Yeah. So thank you, Moki, for telling me about that. You don't want to watch the gang shooting trial. Okay. Let's go in full mode. Okay, I couldn't really see the letters, so I see it now. Okay. Okay, egging on Joy's drink. What great friend did you tell her to steal John Deere tractor to Moki? Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, so I'm trying to get a drink soon. It's a church. Okay. So yeah, so anyway, so with the I think the kid in the movie, he of course that's a very traumatic thing to go through, but it said that lots of resilience. Lots of resilience. What cards you have, Alien? I I have a king of clubs and the four of ace. It's kind of a little bit difficult to see. Let's see. This. I received jury notice in the mail a couple weeks ago. So far, just confirmed as being eligible. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Maybe you'll be in one of the trials. Okay, let's go in full mode right here. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah. With me when they went to the movies. Yes, yes, that's true. This. I won 18 gold. All right. All right, I won a round. All right. I think at first I wasn't playing it completely correct, but I because I just I realized it was a different type of poker. Oh, that's good to know. 666. Yeah. So I remember the scene I was watching yesterday. Spoiler is where Michael Myers, not Michael, Jason, the kid's an adult and he's at a mental facility because of the what he went through, and he had his little black kid. I forgot his name, and he's just like kind of trying to like freak him out, but he has a bunch of freaky masks. He's like, "Nah, bro, I got you." And that was funny. They have a group of people, and then they are uh, going out, and and then these different things occur, and when that happens, a chain reaction of events occur, and there's different sightings of Jason, and they don't know is it somebody that's him or dressed up as him. It's and they're at this place, and as I said, every little thing like is orchestrated, like premeditated. Like if somebody leaves a room or goes outside or goes, if they leave their spot, they actually get in more trouble. So that is something I find quite intriguing how the different characters met their demises, and then you have like a few characters at the end doing a final battle, and You know, especially like when they have these barns. I wonder if there was like barn owls in there because we have I have barn owls, but lurking around, but in my region. But so with but the barn owls, I wonder if they were just like watching the whole thing just play out. 666 says Moki would be spiking that she would for real. Yeah. I think having the horror movie at a camp of a summer camp at a place like that is was a very interesting effect because the woods, you never know what is happening because when something's in the woods you don't always see it. Oh, yeah, I saw the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's a very I watch it. I've watched it before, but I definitely will rewatch it again. It That's a very good movie. Yeah. Thank you, Anna, for the suggestion. Oh yeah, that's a scary one. I saw that one, Moki. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not afraid of the woods. I love the woods too. But the reason why they make horror movies in the settings in the woods is because usually, crime and stuff could happen in the woods because people you don't always see or know who's there. But I love the woods too, show, and I do agree there's nothing to be afraid of. But yeah, that's why they chose those settings. Like for instance, like a lot of serial killers did stuff in the woods because they couldn't be seen. But yeah, I do agree with you, show. I love the outdoors in the woods. Scared. Yeah, the original Exorcist. Let's see if I've seen that one. I'm gonna look this one up. Let's see. Yeah, I saw that one, Moki. I saw the original one. I know what you're talking about. Whoa. Let's see what this is about. Has deployed a fleet of Kraken hunters. Fiesta's voyage to begin dark and keep an eye out. View next chance's convenient arsenal. All right, there's some. A fearsome Kraken hunter fleet has set sail. Sink those formidable advisories to seize a chance of claiming the eminence for yourself. Okay. Okay. All right. Scared. Scared. Yeah. So, but it said with Camp Crystal Lake. Yeah, I and people like trying to like go hang out in the woods. Maybe those movies made people more concerned about being in the woods, but as I said, they uh, definitely like I like the settings of it, but without the dangerous circumstances of the lurking killer. But that's always a kind of like a thrilling thing to observe. And yeah, I will say that I think the sequels are pretty good of the Friday 13th movies, in my opinion. Ogie says we went to see the new one in theaters, and my kids were embarrassed because I started laughing and yelling yes when Georgie got his arm ripped off. Oh, yeah, I saw that one. I have the DVD of the Pennywise movie. I remember I was at a Walmart one time somewhere, and I never like I didn't see it like in the movie theater, but I that one I saw. I saw parts of the original It, but not the full thing. But I did see the other one, the newer one. I don't know if I know about those movies. Let's see. I don't think I've seen this. I don't. I've maybe I've seen clips of it before, but this is something I'm really intrigued by. Don't get me started with puppets. I've been with the puppets. I'll watch that, Moki. It looks very interesting. Thanks. All right, Moki says I was brownies and Girl Scouts, but I didn't remember much. I was probably uh, moleted or some. Oh, scared. Understood. Yeah, it's really messed up the creepy stuff people do to children. Yeah, and puppet nasties is good versus demonic toys. Okay. I had those action figures with my son Jester and Fun Faces. Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to play with marionettes that my family had. I remember one time I was at this kids museum place and I wanted the dragon puppet and I got it. It was a giant. I have it in my room actually. It's a dragon marionette and you could take out the strings and rearrange it so people can so you can go and what you would call fix it if it gets all tangled up. Joyce said, "I was never a brownie or Girl Scouts. I Jorchik and shooting range. Yeah. Scared." Frank's friends lived in an expensive neighborhood, and somebody had at least to be 20 werewolf yard, and it's cool as shield. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I only seen places on the Terrifier movies, piece of Terrifier movies. As I've gotten older, I can't handle violence much. Yeah, I saw the Terrifier movie. I saw the first one. That was in. Yeah, it was quite very graphic, and I thought it was quite interesting to see. Oh, Moki, there's this thing for my school where they had where you go to houses and sell chocolate. And of course, I was in a safe setting where I wouldn't have a problem. It was like for friends and neighbors that we knew. And you know what I did? I loved the candy so much, I had them buy the whole box. It was world's finest chocolate. Chat, the greatest chocolate on planet Earth, in my humble opinion, is the caramel chocolate world's finest. That's the best chocolate on earth. Okay, I was like, y'all gotta buy this whole box. Okay, um, and I remember this one time. Oh, Moki said, "I swear that Bill Skarsgård is starred is so hot Pennywise isn't as scary. Oh, he's a very good actor. He definitely, indeed, is very cool. And yeah, I liked him in Pennywise. Yeah, he did excellent with that, and also with Count Orlok, too. Yeah, and his brother, I believe it's his brother. His brother is in the pirate movies, by the way. He's one of the characters in the movie. So I was so cool. I didn't know that. That yeah, his brother's in the Pirates of the Caribbean. It's Bootstrap Bill. That's who his brother is. Who is Will Turner's father. In the opening scene of the pirate movie, they're drinking together, and uh, he gets the black spot, allegedly, when and he's trying to tell him about Davy Jones. All right, Joyce said I worked it out with bullets and therapy. It worked out well. Yes. Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think it's Tim Curry. He played the original It clown. He also played Moloch's, which is technically Moloch, but it's supposed to. It's known as Satan in the Legend movie. Yeah. Yeah. So the original one is kind of like realistic, where like a creepy guy chilling in a sewer. The other one's, more modern with better technology, and that it looks more like a fantasy, like it's like a supernatural being. I will say the idea of the It from Pennywise is very creative concept. It's not like some creepy dude in like a what's it called, a sewer. It's like an actual like a thing from space. Yeah, so world's finest chocolate is the best chocolate, just for the record. I was looking up making chocolate. Like, that's something cool to make. Like, to make your own chocolate. Larry and I are talking about dark chocolate's the best. Speaking of chocolate, from the Willy Wonka movie, from the Depp version from '05, spoiler alert, there is this a possible scene where they're talking about candy, and his father's being kind of like menacing about candy. It's kind of spooky. It was about Halloween, and then dude was like became that was his passion. So it was an interesting like beginning story about it. And so I thought that was a scary effect they had in that movie. Of course, I like. Speaking of movies, I like the Nightmare Before Christmas was a very good movie. The claymation, that was very good. 666 says Joyce, you and Moki would probably only two adult women banned from pin the tail and donkey at events. They would be afraid you would pin a nice looking guy like he's a witness for on the stand. Hilarious. All right, so this is the fortress at King's Head. Being on these islands had to be quite ambient, and just be looking out on these islands. Yeah, yeah. This game you can't shoot human characters with the firearm. And then that, and then boom. Now, some people think with the Halloween movies, they were remade too much. And when that happens, I think it's absolutely, really. I like seeing it because I wasn't around when some of those movies came out, so I like seeing the newer ones. But yeah, some people thought that they overdid it with the remakes. A lot of times people think that with the remakes, with things. I think the concept of that, the Curse of Thorn, was very intriguing with the Halloween movie. Yeah, this is like a whole labyrinth right here. You know, because it originated from the ancient druids that were there. Then it passed on to him, the curse to save the village, the group. Yeah. Because those were the different. I've seen the newer ones and the older ones for that. Right. Now, in this room, quite entertaining in this room right here. It's quite dark in here. Quite dark in here. Okay, so yeah, this is like a lounging area for the. That's their tea where they had their tea at, and that is a guard, someone from the company, and he is sleeping right here. Right. You know, a movie I didn't see yet was Chucky, the Chucky movies. I've seen maybe little parts of it, but I've not seen the whole thing. So that's something I've not seen. Heard a lot of references to it, but I've not like seen the whole thing. I think it's based off the Twilight Zone movie, the Twilight Zone episode of Talking Tina. And the idea of a doll being reanimated, that's based off a concept that actually happened. It's based off a concept that actually happened, where these people had the Annabelle doll. That's what it's based off of. And that there's this demonic entities inside the doll, and that made a lot of folklore about all these different other types of movies that came out after that. Okay, and over time, the story adapted to different things. Like The Exorcist was based off of this German girl who had a problem with a demonic possession allegedly, and these priests kept on trying to get her to be unpossessed. But all that happened was she just got more and more worse and sick. She could have had some sort of mental issue, and she didn't have food, water, and stuff, and then she passed away. And I think the parents of the priest were arrested the way they handled it, and that is what The Exorcist was based off of. Let's go here. Okie dokie. Going to go this way, check something. Alright, the East India Company that was hunting for pirates has now been looted. I mean, hunting for krakens have been looted. Okay. We're popping this back out. This way. Okay. Right here. Okay. Continuing with our pirate right here. Alright, so he's going to go and sink some ships. Oh, hello, G. Good evening to you. She says, my almost caviar, 34 grand per kilogram. Oh, thank you so much. Enchanting gem, I really appreciate very much. That very much. Very sweet. I hope that you're doing well, G, and we have been talking about different horror movies that we've seen, and recently that I've been seeing the Friday the 13th movies. That's what I've been seeing recently. And we talked about Donna earlier and her hypocrisy and her foolishness. Thank you, G. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. All right. And chat was given some different. Chat was given their different movie suggestions. Yeah, and yeah, I've not seen the Friday the 13th movies before. Like I was telling the other ones that I saw Halloween, different ones like that, but that one I just for some reason didn't see it. And yeah, I think it was very well written, and movies just said the graphics, everything in it, the way the cinema was, I think was very well orchestrated. It was very well thought out. Yeah. Now, yeah, I think that the creative concepts were really cool because remember when I think it was yeah, one of them. I was seeing one of the earlier ones. They when a woman comes around to go help her out, it's like that's not really somebody that's trying to help. It's somebody that's probably behind the whole thing. All right, Halloween. G said Halloween original back in the day so scary. Back then they gave you more hints to scare you. Now it's overdone. Yeah, G said Halloween originally back in the day was so scary. Back then, they gave you more hints. Okay. Oh yeah, because they definitely did give those hints back in that time. And originally back in the day was so scary. Back then, they gave you, like, they hint more, but showed less, and you wondered more what was to come. Nowadays, it's more predictable, and they rely on the visuals and more. Yes, yes, that is true. Okay. Okay, we're fighting this right here. Might have to check something real quick. I'm going to turn the trial scene on for you, G. The from the Amber Heard trial. Something I might have to check something real quick. I'll be right back. Let's see. Okay, I'll get back to you, G, in a moment. All right, let's go here. And going this way. All right, going to switch over to the other window. Let's go here. A new tab. Let's go here. Let's see. Yeah, everyone I think is lurking in my opinion, or they had to do something. Let's see. Let's go in here, down this way. All right. This is always good to see.
Right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times under oath that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times. Right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you could tell, Mr. Depp was sober that first year.
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
And that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting you in 2012, though. Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
He was smashing things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that in quote, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing. Master Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife to Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's it.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Ms. Heard?
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him, that's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Lusa, will you please show the knife to the jury? Thank you. This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012, yes.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing the phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
That Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published. Thank you. You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence? You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well, and I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone. Obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall-mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone?
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, so everything's all right. I got some alert and making sure that nobody is hurt anything. I got an alert and there's a notification about something about next door, but everything's okay. That is the reason for my departure, because I got something on the phone and I went next door and now I'm back. Okay. So I saw Mary Tools for a second and got the situation taken care of. All right. So yeah, this is with Amber Heard. She. Yes. Thank God. Amen. And yeah, so this is, as I said, the Johnny Depp trial. Amber Heard, she is extremely messed up and gets the floor swept back and forth by Camille. Yes, I will. I will. And yeah, so what happened? So in this situation, I think that Vasquez did very well against Amber Heard, and like imagine her against Donna Adelson, she would have done very well. And one thing I want to say about what you're talking about before, she says the lady is wild, never saw an entire family where not one guides the other and says at least be humble toward the judge all the time. Narcissists are crazy. Yeah, and I think with Donna, she completely, and the judge pointed out to her while we were watching a G that they completely lacked empathy for what she was doing. And she just proceeded to keep on talking and dig her hole deeper and deeper. And you're calling her out, and you're also calling out her attorney that was giving a bunch of stuff away, and she was being foolish herself. And then towards the end, I thought we were ready to go for the day, but they had one more thing, and then it was like kind of like background stuff, and they talked to the lawyer for a second, and he was just like, it did not go the way he expected. But I think that he must have been like Donna, because I would expect it to go downhill based on what I would see. It's basically like a lost case, especially if she was found guilty. So I think she was completely unlikable to the jury, judge, everything. It was and you pointed out, she was looking up how to escape the country, and she was trying to go to Vietnam. So yeah, definitely, I agree. I missed most of it, but I couldn't believe it. It is like they are so angry. If you knew you did something, would you be angry? Yeah, right. And people were infuriated by her behavior and her actions. And you see, she had no emotion. She had absolute no human emotion when she was being sentenced. Completely was void of anything. I really thought it was a catastrophe to see her true colors. And remember, she cries and then stops crying. That was an orchestrated cry. It wasn't done the way it was supposed to be done. Like, it's just not true, genuine emotion. Right? She said, "It boggles the human mind if I knew I did something, but listen, I swear I am such a good person in every other way. Like I did for my child. We all support our children." Right, right. And she said, I can see her saying that to the judge. Like, "Judge, I swear, ask anyone, I am so harmless. But my daughter was so desperate, so I made suggestions, but she took none. It went to her brother, and he said to delete kill." Or anything like that. She did none of that. Right, okay. And, for instance, if I knew I did something, but listen, I swear I am such a good person in every other way. Like I did it for my child. We also for our children. You see, that's the whole catch-22 that they catch themselves in. Like, they're afraid to admit what they did. Or they're trying to say they're innocent. But the whole point, if she would have, admitted she was wrong, that would have been better on the judge and everybody else. It's actually the opposite effect of what she thinks the outcome would be. And she said, I can see her saying that, "Judge, I swear. Anything harmless, daughter, desperate." Yeah, that would have definitely been better, because she was saying that she was innocent and she didn't do anything wrong, and they're trying to say she needs 3 years. But, I mean, it's so stupid for her defense to misguide her like that in a way also. G said, "You know what I mean. She could have been authentic to the judge, saying Wendy was complaining, and as a mom, when she told me I wanted to help her because he was a religious nut. Yeah. Yeah, that would have certainly been better. She really had a Timu legal counsel. That's what she had. And the dude's like, it didn't go the way I expected it. Yeah, very well said, G. I think it is being humble is good to see in people in those, those circumstances. And a lot of times that we'll see is gaslighting, which I was reading about, is, kind of gaslighting the situation and blaming other people and not taking accountability. That's what these people do a lot, is gaslighting. G said, but I gave her stupid suggestions like saying convert the kids to Christianity, but Wendy took none of those bits of my advice. Then she had Charlie involved, and they got me caught up in this mess, Judge. Okay. But I gave her stupid suggestions like saying convert the kids to Christianity, but when he took none of these bits of advice, then she had Charlie involved and got me caught in this mess, Judge. Like, she could have said some stupid kids got me into this mess. Judge, I beg of you, it was awful. Yes, you're right. And it would be more of a sympathetic situation than the other types of outcome, where you have her, as I said, completely gaslighting the whole situation. And I've seen this before, where I could see in trials and with people, they will blame circumstances or other things and dodge around and not say what the real truth is. And when somebody is lying about what their true intentions are, it makes them look ungenuine. And that's why us in the chat roasted her too. She said, I think the judge recognizes her kids got her into this. Everyone knows if Wendy didn't bitch to her mom, none of this would have happened. Exactly. And as we've been talking about, we wonder if she was in this situation, Wendy should be prosecuted. That's a theory that has been floating around. And G said, yes, I think the judge may still give you jail time, but I bet if she were honest in this case, a judge would have let her off easier. Yeah. And yeah, that's very good advice. And yeah, I just think it makes me speechless sometimes to think about how ridiculous that she'll throw her life away like that, where she could have just been more humble. And I mean, as I said, the legal counsel she was given, I mean, you always say, like in these trials that we watch, a great commentary about what these people could have done differently. And yeah, I'm glad that we could see the right form of perspective that people could have done in these situations. And G said, well, if you don't tell your mom someone is hurting you, why would your mom want to delete kill person? Yeah. Wendy started the whole thing. You really think about it, she was the root of the whole situation that incited the domino effect to occur. That is certainly a truth. G said, did you see how angry Harvey was and told the judge that he's biased? OMG. Who does that? How are you even being nasty to the judge and holds your wife's future in his hands? Yeah, that is another arrogant thing to do with the... That was sickening. I mean, the arrogance, the absolute fuming arrogance is blinding intelligent reasoning. It's like they felt like hopeless. It's like a hopeless situation. They weren't going to win, but they could have had a hopeful situation if he would have done it differently and been more cool about blaming the judge. It's not the judge's fault. It makes the whole family look bad. Yes, I hope she's prosecuted too, as well. It's like a domino effect occurs. When one domino falls, the rest go with it. G said that's why their kids are arrogant. The parents are obnoxious and arrogant. Yeah. Yeah. And then they'll have this bitter cycle that will occur. And it'll just keep on continuing, like a downward spiral. G says, it's like you know you did it. You are blaming the jurors and the judge for seeing the truth. Yeah. Yeah, it's... When this happens, it is not taking personal accountability. And this is why the judge was saying she was lacking empathy with what she was saying. I remember watching things on YouTube about how to do talk shows and stuff like that. You know, how people do talk shows. And always, like, if something embarrassing is brought up, it's good to, you know, if you want to talk about it, admit that something happened is the best way to go. Like, saying that something did happen and how you feel. It's better than dodging it and trying to make it into something it isn't. I remember that from, like, showmanship. Like, say somebody's on a show, or there's ways you could make it, water it down to make it more humorous. For instance, I mean, from the Titanic movie, Jack, when he was insulted at the round table, he made it into a joke. And when he made it into a joke, he won the whole scene. So yeah, there's other ways of doing it. So yeah, even like in movies or actors or how that world works, it's the same type of reasoning. So I know, and everyone else knows, it is good to have that type of setting to yourself if someone's in that situation. Right. 100%. And she got jail time anyway. So all this denial of doing a crime still landed her in jail. So might as well have been honest. Oh, thank you, G. For instance, we know we watched Amber Heard, from the Amber Heard trial. That's another thing, because she acted arrogant and cocky and she had a bad attorney. I don't know. Is it like, I guess, do they get attorneys that are like themselves? Because it just seems like, I don't know if they believe their own lies, like we were mentioning earlier, because they just seem like they mirror their client. Now, of course, there's attorneys that are bad people, like anywhere gonna have bad people, but like for the sake of winning a case or making it better, you can do it in a certain context that will mold it in a better direction than how Amber and Elaine handled the situation in that trial, the Depp trial. Like, Johnny had a very good legal counsel and Amber Heard didn't. It just, we see the same pattern happen, and we're going to see it again. We'll see these type of things happen again, where there's these clients and their attorneys are in sync with each other, and they both ruin the whole situation. It's like so they got their education from Timu University. That's certainly, it seems, where they get these things sometimes. I think the judge made the right decision. It could have been better for Donna if she would have done it the way you said it, G. And he was a very brilliant man. Rest in peace to him. And it's stupid to do. I understand she wants to see her kids and all, and if she would have just said it in the trial, that would have been the better way to go, but she didn't. So yes, I think that Judge handled it well, and Donna did not. and Donna made herself look stupid, and her attorneys made her look even more stupid. I remember one of them was saying we're the peanut gallery. It's like they're just two of a kind, really. Okay, understood, G. And it's good to have a challenge, so to speak, where people can feel to question something that's happening. So it's good to get somebody to challenge you, and not just how these people do, and get somebody like that's going to go along with their thing, because a lot of the lies is just sometimes there's a situation where something's undefendable, completely undefendable, and they just blame everybody. Sometimes I said, like Shannon, for instance, from the Crumbly trial, she blamed us online. And today they blame the people online too. It's like it's our fault too. It's everybody's fault. I don't know. It's Bubbles' fault too. It's the water bottle's fault. It's just, yeah, very well said. Now I think with Harvey, it was so funny at first, and these people were like on the, he was on his phone or a webcam or something, and he was very difficult to understand, and he's just acting like a senile. And the guy was talking about why Donna should be released, and she was such a good person and wasn't known to be like that, and it doesn't make any sense in the case, because it's like are kind of irrelevant, but they could have said something similar to like what you're suggesting, that this situation she messed up. It was wrong what she did, but she was such a good person, and before that in all these other areas, if it wasn't for what her daughter was doing, and there's darkness in all people potentially, and sometimes when you look too far into the void, it looks back at you and you become it. But there was also a good side of her, he could have said, but he didn't say that. What I'm saying, he said something stupid, and everybody was like laughing at him. Then the other people came up and made it look even more stupid. It was like it's like the whole group, the whole clan was a bunch of a hive mind of ignorance. And G said yes, because she ended up in jail anyway, so denying it destroys her chances. G said yes, they blame the world, but person, no way, not my poor Bubbles. Yeah, shout to Bubbles. He is resting right now with the teddy bear. He knows nothing is his fault. It is all on Donna. Yeah, so, and dude, the husband, everybody was talking about how he was excited that finally he's free of her, and then he was blaming other people and saying she was innocent. He was innocent. He was like, it's like an angry nursing home. It was like, he's innocent. And when he was talking about her being innocent and being defiant against the judge, it's like she was already convicted for being guilty, so there's no need of saying that she's innocent. Whatever it is, it's like that's not reality. It should just go with the situation and be humble about it. So it's a good lesson to learn. I feel it's a good lesson to learn for me or everybody else. I mean, the future is unknown. God holds the future, but it's like I'm not going to go do it Donna did, but just any kind of situation, if you see the way broadly, you see it in everything. So I think for any situation, it's good to know these type of things. That's why I like these trials so much and learning from it, because it applies to other things too. G said, no, I said that too, but he's secretly thrilled, I bet. Yeah, I'm sure he went to the Corral or Hooters or somewhere, and he's partying right now. He's free. So yeah, and I like how the judge is firm, and he just says life in prison, like that. He just imagine if Judge Judy was dealing with her, she would have roasted her, definitely. And I love that judge that we saw today. Judge Judy's cool too. I love that judge we saw today. He always was consistently a gentleman the whole time. And he did not put up with nonsense. He was very kind too. And I think even in that circumstance, to go and like call him out and be rude to him was just gross. Like there are some judges we see that are just having a bad day, right? This guy was just completely stoic. He was just completely unmoved. That's how they're supposed to be. Yeah. And yes, it does. And it literally not worth it. For what? You can avoid a person you hate just as easily. Why do you need to murder them? What's the point of you ending up in jail anyway? Yeah, and especially with someone that's in their golden years, that's supposed to be out there, of up there in their years. I mean, you don't want to spend the last part of your lives. I just said part of your lives. The last part of your life in prison. That's not really the way a constructive situation would work. But someone could be angry at somebody. People, guess what? They could have sued if they needed to. They could have started a lawsuit. If you're going to put all that in this, the murder thing is just not the right road. We're not in the barbaric ages. That was not the way to do it. And they did it incorrectly at the same time. Yeah, I think that people need to... Hey, I've dealt with people throughout time that... trolls and stuff like that I wasn't a big fan of. But I'm not going to go and delete nobody over it. It's just like, no one's going to ruin you. It's like, only you could ruin yourself. G said they're beyond privileged and acted like that towards the judge. They are so nasty. You are so right. Who wants to end their lives like that? You have a few years left. You are suggesting murdering someone. Yeah. And I think another situation is that later on, she could have moved closer. She could have seen them when they're a little bit older. And, like, for instance, my family in England, because I was in another country, and the father had issues. Let's say he had issues. And he was just not, like, the greatest person to be around. My grandparents over in England want to eventually meet me, but they're still alive, actually. But I got to know them, though. As I said, they just stayed over there, and they were cool, and they kept in touch from a distance, and I got in touch with them when I got to be an adult, and I got to know the whole family. So when I was older, I got to know my other grandparents and my family when I was an adult, and my dad's side, right? So and she wanted to see me. The one in England, they want to see me, but they weren't able to. But they, as I said, they were just supportive from a distance, right? But they didn't go murder anybody, and I'm glad they didn't. It would have been defeat the purpose. I'm glad I got to know them. G said, OMG, that's right. Maybe a year or two after the divorce, Dan would have met someone else and not minded her taking the kids. They didn't even wait to reason with him. Yeah, and if people in that type of situation that need to do negotiations, they don't communicate, it's going to lead to more destruction and more problems. He said, yeah, that's amazing, H. I am so happy. The issue is they didn't wait on God. The Adelsons, everything in time would have worked out. Yes, amen. And one thing I don't like about what they're doing is they're using the Jewish people and Israel as a scapegoat, because I don't think that had, them being Jewish had to do with anything, and they had to emphasize about their Jewishness, and it's irrelevant to that. It's giving the people in that community a bad name, because that's not how they deal with things. And a lot of Jews are very smart. They wouldn't do stuff like that. So I would think that would have been an irrelevant thing that they were saying when they were talking about religion. I don't think anything to do with that. I think they just want to delete him for those reasons. And you got to understand, G, which you do understand, is that I can't emphasize enough how abnormal their minds were. There's something wrong with their minds for them to do something like that in the first place. And in my opinion, I think that it was They may have felt desperate under circumstances, but really, I think that there's something wrong there. All right, G said, I think Wendy complained to her mom saying that he's scaring me, he's too religious. Oh, okay, G, understood. Yeah, okay. That is true. That did happen in the trial. I just think that the way they handled some of the stuff they said was not the best way to do it, but it did have to do with the trial in some sense. That's true. Right. It's hard to understand when you are normal. I agree. And all I can say from my observation is that there's a high emotional response and there's not a consequence. Like there is a simple concepts that if you like delete someone in the Asian religions, like they'll say, if you delete somebody, you have to dig a grave for two people. So, and that people that seek the revenge is only hurting themselves in the long term. Like if you want to go throw something hot at somebody, you're going to burn yourself doing it. Even other religions have these certain concepts like that we have in our faith, in our Christian faith. So it's just basic human concepts that they didn't express in this situation. It's a very good life lesson to learn from this. G said, I do get if I married someone who made my kids go nuts with religious stuff that's out there or cultish. Not that Danny was, but that's the impression they are giving the public. That his religious interpretation was very extreme, and they felt that there was no other way out. I don't know if such drastic measures should have been taken. I was not there, but I don't know if that was the measures to be taken. But yeah, I mean, it is true that if they feel that their kid is going to be put in through these religious, you got to be on the same page with religion and politics, stuff like that. Not necessarily politics, could be other relationships with people that were different than me politically. I think that could be kind of amended, but religion, I think, is another thing that would be more, I'd say, more difficult. So with religions, if they're too extreme, yeah, they should have looked into that before they got together. But I could see where that could be a problem. I do agree. He said, but if I did marry someone that's scared the crap out of me and he was too religious, making my kids do wild things, and I don't believe in that religion, I never kill though. I agree with you, G. That's a very good point. I would also, G, too. G said, yes, I think that's their premise, but you don't delete someone, you get out. I think they are trying to say they had no other choice. Exactly, but I do think they did have other choices. But, when people think that they have no other choices, they usually will go with their emotional impulse out of desperation. If anything, I will say, say if someone feels as a cornered animal and they have no other way to get out, that's why it's best to have a golden bridge for them to retreat across. But I don't know if the circumstances applied. I'm not in that situation, so I don't know. I have no place to speak. But I don't know if that was the only option to do. And whatever she did was wrong, and it got her locked up. For instance, I think that the jurors had wisdom in this circumstance. They were not swayed by Temu or Sheen tricks. She said yes, and they did have choices. Like we said, how did they know if a year later, after a divorce, and he was calm after a divorce, and met someone else, he'd have changed? Ah, yes. Choices like we said, how do they know if a year later the divorce and he was calm after a divorce and met someone else and he had changed? Yes, 100%. You can't just delete kill who you want That's crazy. They think they're above it, H. There's I think a narcissistic, although in this situation, a very deadly version of narcissism, where they feel they're above the law and they're above God. They may not even believe in God, or they just have a warped view of things, and they can get this concept rolling where people could do whatever they want. It doesn't matter what other people think, and that they would rather go to jail. They'd rather ruin everything than be put in that situation because there's vast insecurity that they have. Yeah, and we will see, and there will do appeals, and in the appeals court, I don't think anything will be appealed. I don't think it'll be successful considering the circumstances. Like, for an appeal, what you suggested would have been better for an appeal if she had chosen that. But that's not the reality of what she did. She said, but if the grandkids were worth this, Donna shouldn't be upset. She's in jail. If I believe what I was doing, I'd stand by it and happily announce it. Upset she's in jail, I believe, Sam happily announce it. Yeah, and for instance, there's a case that I read, I saw recently. I saw like a montage video of. I see a headline. It says It looks like the Israel and Palestine are having good relations right now. The hostages are released. All right. Hopefully they can get along over there. Looks like it's going pretty good for them now. The two groups seem to have made peace with each other. All right. So, grandkids worth it. She shouldn't be this upset. Now, okay, the story that I saw recently, G, before I read that piece that I just told you. Right, and that the hostages were set free. Yeah. And that is good. Amen. Yeah, praise God. Yeah. I want both of them to have peace with each other, both countries. I want them to get along. That would be my wish. Now, with the story I read, there's a guy's son that was in a coma that was on this life support. And on the life support, yes, fact sheet, amen. And with the life support, and the person was brain dead. Now, Mary Toodles had a sister that was older than her. That was the middle child that passed away in 2009. That was through some health issues and medicines being mixed up. She went brain dead and passed away. So I am quite interested to see when these stories pop up. Now, and it's just kind of a freaky thing to think about somebody being brain dead and they're not responding, because it's like a computer that you can't really, that's not really all there, that you can't like access. It's like in somewhere else. So there's this guy that had a son that was in a coma, and they're going to cut off the life support, and thank you, G. Yeah, she would have liked the live streams. And my other aunt watches it sometimes, but yeah, the middle one passed away. Yes, thank you, G, for the condolences. And there is this, and they're going to take the child, the man off life support, his son, and he pulled out a firearm And this is wild, G. It's a wild story. And he told them he would delete them if they took his son off the life support. And they continued working on him, and he told the son to like grab his hand. And eventually there was a response. He did grab his hand, and eventually the father was right that the son was not far gone to take out life support. They kept on working on him, and he was alive. And he went to jail for 11 months for what he did, but he was proud of what he did. He owned up to what he did, and he didn't regret it, like what you're talking about. And he felt that his son was worth going to jail for in that situation. He didn't do what Donna Adelson did, or what the family did. He just took it, he served his time, and he got out. And that's like what you're talking about. That is what the explanation is. Yes, absolutely, G. Yes. Because, sometimes the experts can be wrong. And there is a conspiracy theory, this is a little bit of a rabbit hole conspiracy theory, where some think that there could be organ harvesting going on, and they want to take people's organs and pronounce them. There is a person that was a professional, alleged professional, that was confirming that there was some truth to, they'll say people are brain dead, but they're really not, and they'll take the organs. Allegedly. Okay, this is a conspiracy theory. That's what it seems like it could be. So, and then the father fooled the system by what he did. And like the brain dead isn't really like what they're saying it is. But I'm not a medical professional, I don't know. But this person allegedly was a professional. But anybody could be a professional. It was one of those like secret like videos of that being exposed. So I don't know if that's true or not. But that was something else that people were saying about the video. Thank you for sharing that all. Yeah. You're welcome, G. And they say that a lot, especially in some countries, apparently. G, we had, at my school, there is an exchange student, they call it, I don't know if that's really what it is, but this young kid, well, he wasn't a kid, he was a teenager like us. He was from South Korea. And he was very smart. Very cool to hang out with. I liked him. And he would have a translator, a little tiny little computer, a little like a handheld thing, like this box, this pocket watch box right here, and it's a little computer. He would use to translate stuff, and I mean that had to be some. But he understood the English language, but he used a translator sometimes, and we would ask him questions about North Korea, and in North Korea. OG says, I mean, I do believe it has happened and could happen, TBH. I don't know much which country and where, but I do believe at times when there is a market and a high price for organs, they'll do it. This is allegedly in the United States, allegedly. I know it sounds kind of odd. Yeah, I know she said not America, but I had to spill the beans of the bad news. It's not going to America, but I do believe it has happened and may be happening. I just don't know when or where, etc. Yeah. And he was from South Korea, and he would tell us stories about North Korea. He wasn't there personally, obviously, but he heard stories about it. So they would try to get people from the border to come over to the North Korean side. For instance, there's prostitutes from North Korea that'll come to South Korea, allegedly, to do organ harvesting. And to kidnap people and bring them over to the other side for nefarious reasons. And there was, I saw something else in China, a communist China, where they did a similar thing. They had these underground layers and stuff that it was quite of a big scandal. So it's very evil. But yeah, in North Korea, it's something that's a problem, apparently, over there. And I remember these. There was a woman that left North Korea, and basically saying it's like people have like nothing really in the villages, right? So there's Pyongyang, where it's a Potmakin's village. Okay, so I'm saying that wrong probably, so I have to. It's something like that. You probably have heard that before. I'm sure it was probably used as a term, or been used. You could probably say that as a law stuff maybe, but it was a village that existed in Ukraine. Okay, let's see. Get this right. Russia, Poctons village. Fake. Let's see. Does it figure it out then? Yeah, a Potmikin village. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, by the way. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. But G says, there was a dentist here a mile away from me in his early 30s. They got arrested 3 years or 4 years ago, and he was having his wife in the basement of a house offer her services. That is very creepy. It's very creepy. Yeah, I think that is absolutely very disturbing. You see, these people will engage in some of the most horrid actions, and it doesn't matter what other people think or feel. They just want the money or whatever their selfish purposes are. And there was a dentist here a mile away in early 30s, and they arrested 3-year-old. I mean, 3 years, 4 years, he was having his wife in basement offer the services. And she was 31 then, so make money. He had his wife, and she, I guess, either agreed or was doing sexual stuff for money. Disgusting. So after your teeth were fixed, you were getting laid. It's a little a little surprise, a bonus feature to the dental experience. It's like to really sweeten up those. I guess they want to sweeten up people to get more cavities. It was the ultimate cavity treatment right there. Scared. His own wife. Yeah, he certainly. Yeah, what he would be is called a this is a graphic. It's everybody. This is a graphic, bad word. Everybody to know that's a bad word I'm about to say. It's known as being what's called the cuck. When he wanted to have his wife with these other people. Yeah, it was certainly that is the situation. That's what he was, and doing that, have his own wife do it. That's very desperate. I guess he may have been turned on by it too. There's people that are into that. So it's very shallow, definitely. I mean, I would think a dentist would make a lot of money. Yes. And it's like he already is making money as a dentist. Like, what more did he need? I mean, so I'm sure you were very baffled and flabbergasted when you heard about this. And that, as I said, it's a dentist with benefits. They could have like a sign up, floss more than you could floss, everything. G said, I don't know why he had her do that other than money, but he was making money. A lot of them are greedy. And G, I do agree with you, they're greedy. And I think that certainly exists with that type of realm. They want more and more and more. Like, I think it's fine to want a place to live, especially, in my opinion, I think that New York City's quite, from what I hear, it's quite more pricey than other places. So I understand people want to have like a roof over their head and live and stuff like that, but I do think that this is an extreme, especially if he's a dentist. He needs to manage his money better if he's going to, be there. So it could also have been a twisted fetish or something he had, or it could have been something else of that nature too that could have been involved, in my opinion. And there's greedy people out there with business, with the money, with companies, and they just want to gut people dry for everything they have. And as they get richer and richer, they want to make everyone else, deplete everybody else. That's like scammers and stuff like that. So, G, I do agree with you with that. Absolutely, it is a problem. It would be nice if people could be more. I don't mind people making money. I want people to make money. I'm into that. obviously, but people had an element of community and helping their fellow man. I think that would be a much better civilization if they weren't motivated by greed alone. She said, I don't know why he had her do it other than money, but yeah, making money. Well, I agreed. Oh, something that I was seeing was a situation occurred where people were trying to get a Brazilian booty. They're trying to get more thick. It sounds funny, but it's true. So they would go to amateur doctors, or not, they were licensed doctors, but they were amateurs because they were doing it in their basement somewhere or in a room. They weren't having it in a medical facility. So you had some horror incidents happen where people were trying to get the Brazilian booty. They're trying to get thick and juicy for to impress all the gents out there. Like, I'm talking like bubble butt, like so big, gigantic, where it's like gonna pop but it doesn't, and it just ripples. That's what they're trying to get at there. It's like you could see it from a mile away. It's like it's gonna cause a woodpecker to just dive down the wrong area, or a bull to go, if there's a bull in the area, to run at the person. So they had these incidents where one incident happened where somebody got the Brazilian booty, right? And they got their back trunk cut open, and they felt weird. They didn't feel right. And you know what? There was cement, all kinds of plastics and gross stuff in there they put in their body. G said they do that in Mexico a lot. They do services for a quarter of the price in America. Yeah, and that's another problem because the stuff is so expensive, and people are going to try to take these other routes to get these things done. And as I said, the country, I'm not against America, I'm not against our system, but I will say there are flaws in it where people are going to take these black market ways of doing things over legitimate methods of having stuff done. And G said some woman went to have boob job at 18 and 9. Yeah. Many of them don't have licenses and aren't even real doctors. They disappear afterwards. Yeah. So this person had to go to the hospital and get fixed to get all the cement out of their backside. It's just stupid. It was like, and then this other incident, these two women were getting it, and they're put on the table. And G says, the facility, a fake place, no signs or of any hospital beds or anything. Doctor, no longer there. Wasn't even a doctor. It was a fake ID, fake citizen. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Yes, cement, etc. Yes. And these two women were getting it done, and they were being laid face down on the operating tables, and one of them was successful, and then her friend wouldn't wake up. And the rigor mortis was setting in, so they got the ambulance there, and they realized that the person that was putting the sedative to put them to sleep to get the operation done overdosed her. And yeah, it didn't work. And one person was like a professional doctor, but some person was trying to explain that you can't have an operation like that done in that type of setting. In a basement somewhere. You have to have it done in like a hospital or wherever they're supposed to do it. So you see, I think people should be comfortable how they look and be proud of what they are. As you said, there's people that do boob jobs. It's not good. Now, as I said, with my alien genetics, I don't need a Brazilian job on me. with my genetics, but these people, whatever they. Oh, hello, D Sauce. Good to see you, buddy. Whatever their situation is being done, they should be comfortable in their own skin. Of course, and you need equipment and things to revive them. Right. Thank you, G. Thank you, G. And yeah, I don't need anything. So, but I think these. So those are some stories that I've heard, G, about shady black market operations that were done in throughout time. The Craigslist stories are really interesting. They're really interesting. I think like somebody, like say somebody meets somebody at some creepy house somewhere with some like shady person, and there's like no one there, but there's like some guy standing there in the background, like looking behind a curtain. It's like not really what you think it is. It's scared. Yeah, and then the people have to get out of there. Yeah, you cannot trust Craigslist. That is true. Absolutely. All right. The term comes from the story. I should say I am well. That's proper English. Yeah. Well, I have like Google will correct me and say that when I say I'm doing good to somebody, it'll say that it's actually doing well. So I was like, I started saying doing well. So yeah, it must be the proper way to say it. Scared. But the new way to say it is the other way. Gee, there's a trial that I was watching this morning with the rest of the fam. And it's not a trial, G. It's a appeal. I don't know if it's going to come on tomorrow. We're not really... Okay, Law and Crime said that they're coming up with new trials. But I don't know when that's going to be. It could be tomorrow. Just keep an eye out for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, I found out about doing well from Google. Was telling me about that. Yeah, I don't know any names, any specific names. All right, let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with that trial. Maybe that is coming up. If it's how you feel, it's always I am doing well. Okay, so G says yes. Good is like it's a good book. And also, if it's how you feel, it's always I'm doing well. Okay, thank you. You know what's something I used to do? I used to not put a capital. Although when we're texting on internet, we don't use this concept. I remember with an A, it had to be capitalized. And I would put a period in the middle of a sentence, and that wasn't proper English. I remember that when I was coming up. They were like, nah, that's not how it's done. All right, so yeah, so today I was watching the live hearing of the Dr. Hammered to Death trial. I saw that earlier this morning. But besides that, I don't know of anything else. Oh, okay. G said, no, I meant you said it's not a real trial. Maya K trial is done. It was against the hospital, but it wasn't a crime trial. I'm going to read about what that was about. I'm curious. So I have it up right here. Okay, Maya Koloski is a young woman who became the focus of a high profile medical malpractice and wrongful deletion death lawsuit against Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome, and her father took her into the hospital in 2016, where the staff suspected abuse, and the hospital where the staff suspected abuse leading to her being separated from her parents and her mother. Beata later dying by suicide. The family sued and won a large jury award, which the hospital is still applying. The case was subject to Netflix documentary Take Care of Maya. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll certainly look into the trial and look at it. Um, yeah. And explain to you what the G saying. Her mother made her think she was sick and injected her with ketamine, overdosing her. Her mother was a nurse. They said it was Munchausen by the mother. I don't even know what that is. All right, this is a mental health characterized by an internal fabrication of exaggeration of physical. Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I want to see if the Saints are. I should know this because I'm in this. Okay, like you know how like the Yankees are liked a lot in New York, where I am, the Saints are liked a lot in New Orleans. So it's kind of like a similar thing, but with us down here, it's football. All right, so it looks like yesterday, Patriots 25, the Saints 19. See you tomorrow, D Sauce. Great to see you, buddy. Always appreciate you, man. Yeah, well, thank you, D Sauce. You're always very cool. Take care, buddy. You're welcome. Yeah, so yeah, let's see the September 21 Seahawks won against the Saints. And October 26th, there's going to be a game. October 29, okay, October 19, there will be a game between Saints and Bears, Buccaneers. All right, Saints and Buccaneers. All right. So it looks like they won some, they lost some. All right, so yep. In my city specifically, baseball. There's not a major baseball team here. There was the Zephyrs, and it's a type of their symbol is a nutria. It was a nutria, I went to a Zephyrs game once. It wasn't a major league baseball; it was like a minor league, and it was interesting. I liked it. But then they changed it to the baby cakes, and it's like a giant, like a king cake thing. It was supposed to be based off the king cakes, but remember the friends and I were really triggered over the name. Then the team got sold out, so there's nothing. But yeah, the thing in the city is football. That's a big thing. It's ingrained in the culture of the city. The black and gold. And y'all have the Yankees and Mets. Nice. Yeah, and with the I'm I've heard the Mets before. I'm not as familiar as with the Yankees, but yeah. So down here they'll have like I remember when the Saints are going to the Super Bowl. That was something, man. That was like a crazy thing, crazy times. It was pretty cool. G said, I only watch football if my nephews are with us during the finals. In February, I mean. Yeah. Now, there was a time where the Saints were supposed to go back to the Super Bowl, but something happened where they may have rigged it allegedly for LA. I believe it was LA or something out there west. I don't even know if LA has a team, but I know they have a baseball team, but I didn't know they have another one. But they rigged it against the Saints because the other team was more famous, and they should have went to the Super Bowl. According to one of my friends, in another state, told me this. It's like they should have done it. And yeah, you see, the fleur-de-lis is the flower. You know what the fleur-de-lis, because it's a lot from Europe, of course, and it came from France. The Super Bowl, yeah. I called it the finals like it's tennis. My uncle and my dad play tennis, and my uncle's wife, my aunt, they like tennis. Yeah, and it's something they liked a lot. Yeah, so, and they had gold because it was based off the European stuff they had, and I don't know where the black color comes from, but yeah, it was I like the way the city chose those colors based on the European origins. I like that. It's very unique. And they were called the Aints for a long time. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. And my my pants were twisting a certain way, and I'm like, I thought there's something on me, but there's nothing on me. It was a little weird for a second. It was just the way it was folded. It was moving off my leg. Yeah. Yeah, tennis looks pretty cool. You can like watch it back and forth, like people moving their heads back and forth, like back and forth. Yeah. Yeah. And they're called the Aints because they didn't win for a long time. And then eventually they did better. And in 2009 they went to the Super Bowl. So yeah, it's very ingrained into the city and into the culture of the city. And hockey's not something that's big down here, but it's starting to gain traction more. I know about hockey from people that have like watched it from other places. Well, my friend Nash that comes in here sometimes, he likes hockey from the Nashville Predators. But I mean, other people, some of our friends from other states watch the hockey. So I think hockey's pretty cool. I don't have a problem with it, but it just wasn't something that really picked up here too much. But it's something that I think is gaining traction again. She said, "Well, that part isn't great, but two people." Yeah, because it's like kind of going back and forth. The neck is going to need some some WD-40 or some oil on it for going back and forth so much. Yeah, but two people only, and the rules are much easier to understand. I like the simplicity. I like the idea of simplicity, and that way is a good way to have the system. Two people on the tennis court. I may have played tennis one time. There was a tennis court. My school has a tennis court. I may have played it one time. I definitely played something like that, okay? But tennis, I probably did it one time. I because there was a court there. Yeah, so yeah, I do think it's interesting. It's simple, and I like simple. I like simplistic things. Is always a good way to go. So yeah, I do agree. I like the simplicity and the two people on a court like that. Yes. Another thing that happened was volleyball was something the girls played. That was something they played. Like on a beach, like people play volleyball. That's it's something that people do on beaches too. I've played it with my friends on the tennis court. That's something else I did with them. You kind of have to like hit the ball a certain way like that, and it goes up. She said it's considered like golf. The elite do it. I can't afford to go anymore. Those tickets are wildly expensive. Yeah, yeah. There was a girls' team at my school that they had. Yeah, the girls like to play it, and yes, it happens a lot here too at the beach. Oh, okay, it's considered like golf, and the elite do it. Yeah, golf is another sport that is played. I was supposed to do golf when I was a kid one time. Murray Toodles thought I would think it's boring. I don't mind trying it one day. I was interested in seeing what it would be like. I probably would be more disciplined now at it than I was before. If I was like not interested in it before, I was interested but didn't think I was. But I don't mind trying the golf. I mean, I played small golf, I had a golf set for a kid and I did little golf things, but nothing like too major. And I went to, of course, the little putty golf place, little arcades. But yeah, I think that I know some things about golf. I just never like played it really, but yeah, it's definitely like an elite thing. Yeah, yeah. They like to go in their golf carts and they go out and do some golf. You need money, right? You need the dough, cash dough, the green, the gold, and the silver. By the way, silver went to $50. By the way, silver went to $50. It hasn't been like that since 2011. G said, I played once, like, real golf. It's exhausting. Cheeches me to say it's boring and easy. OMG, it's crazy exhausting. Oh, you played mini golf. Yes. That's cool. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, no problem. Yeah, the clubs are thousands. Yeah, yeah. It's like it reminds me of the Harvard elite groups that they had, their fraternities. I've not like been there, but I know about them. And maybe you know about how those colleges work up there. But yeah, I know they had different elites up there in those colleges that were exclusive groups. All right, so you don't think that a young alien would have enjoyed it, okay? And because it was going to be sports camp. Like, I wanted to go to a sports camp. It's like you could watch the television. It's like there's people that were younger than me that could watch the TV, but we couldn't watch the TV because we were not the sports camp group. Now I'm thinking they did it for a marketing tactic. It wasn't about helping kids. It was about marketing. That's what they were like. Oh, you get all the benefits here. Yeah, I'd not participate. It's the Scott Peterson type that do expensive sports. Yeah, they. No, I don't think so. I'd not pick it up forever, but I do get it if you have time on your hands, money, and are competitive. I prefer challenging board games. Yeah, and a lot of times you have people that will be low key about what they have. Like, for instance, I'm not against people doing things that they like to do. There's nothing wrong with that. But when people have a situation on their hands where they kind of maybe acting a little bit more overly flashy with it, depending on the circumstances. Like you have like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs. They were very wealthy, but they didn't dress like it. They were into simplicity. Apple's now $1 trillion company, and Tim Cook seems to do the same thing like Steve Jobs did, and he's kind of just has dressed as regular. Nothing wrong with doing golf. People want to do that, but I see what you're saying. It's more of an elite thing or an activity amongst a group of people in a clique than it is a actual sport that's a little bit tedious. Yeah, I wonder if it's therapeutic for some people or it's meditative for them. Sometimes meditation can be a little bit tedious to do. It can be a little bit awkward sometimes, but it's very peaceful. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are so humble, and I do emphasize and stress that there are greedy people out there that aren't good, and they just are out for their own hide. So there are those people too. G said, "I don't have that kind of money, nowhere near it." Right, right, and a lot of times, something G is that when people get the money, it just makes people a target. A lot of times. And that's something that's aware of also. It can be good to have money, of course. It's good to have, but it's also can have a double-edged sword to it. She said, but I don't judge wealthy because someone in that family worked hard at some point to get it. And honestly, if your relative left you millions, does that mean you are a jackass? No, it does not mean you're a jackass. In my opinion, I think that people that work hard and they got that money, it is good for them to I think it's fine for them to have it. I also think that if people were passed down money, I think that's okay too. But at the same time, I would want to emphasize a criticism of this. Not a criticism, but like something that they need to be aware of. People that inherited the money is that good times make soft people. So a con to this, if people were too comfortable and they didn't seek a challenge, it possibly might cause a tumbling effect of other things. So I do think that the struggle in itself is more valuable than any money you could make. The struggle itself is another thing. Like even with me on YouTube, although I'm just a little dot, a little speck, there's people that have trolls and stuff that have against me. But whatever I was able to do with YouTube, it was a pain in the arse to get to this spot. It was. I enjoyed it, and it's what I want to do. But yeah, the hard work is it's definitely there. Like it didn't get there just for no reason. Yeah. And then TBH, my older sister has a stunning, huge house. Her kids order food like it's no tomorrow. They go to restaurants that cost $1500 for 4 people at a time. Yes. But you never know it. They never show off. Plus, TBH, my sister and her hubby started with 0. Both went to school, paid for everything themselves, and they worked endless hours. Gee, I believe they reaped what they sowed, and they deserve it. I believe that they certainly got what they earned. My brother-in-law now works like 18 hours a day, gives his 3 kids, boys, everything. He's so humble. He helps churches. He's head of it and opens justice department in Armenia. Well, that's very good. That's very good. He uses money to help the community. He helps the poor. He helps the political stuff. Okay. But my sister cooks every day, homemade meals, and she cleans all day. With these kids, They are all boys, and they eat 500 times a day. Oh, okay. King Edward VII had lavish meals throughout his day. Throughout the day, I was reading about what he ate. He ate lots of. He liked duck. He liked chicken and different things. He really people that it's interesting to see the type of foods that people eat. They sometimes they can eat quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, they're all boys. Eat. Oh, I read that. Okay, so yeah, and my you see, I liked doing YouTube because I liked something to do. I wanted to, do something. Because if you have, you know, say you have some free time, it's fun to do those things, but at some point you want to do something. So I liked doing stuff on YouTube and being with y'all in the chats and things like that. I mean, definitely, it's like growing a plant. It takes a lot of effort and grow a plant sometimes, and you reap what you sow. All right, and G said he literally opened a school. He donates like there's no tomorrow. Here to on 9/11 when people were running away, he ran toward it to give all the first responders water and food. God bless him. He really is a true man to run into the face of danger like that. And because that was a very horrid thing that happened to y'all over there and the country in general. It's good that humanity was shown in those dark situations. I really appreciate hearing about that. And there's a lot of people and college students and stuff, and I understand that there's college students that are have apprehension about the workforce, but the thing is that a lot of the young youth would have envy or hatred towards someone like that, and they say it's not fair. But if people work for what they got, they deserved it, and it's good. I think that people were in the Great Depression. I think people can make a way for themselves, but these other ideologies that are anti-American from Europe came over here, and they're corrupting everything. So just people that would be against stuff like that. So yeah, I appreciate your story, G, about this situation, about your in-law. I think that was the right word to say. Your sister also. Yeah, very good example. Because people need to know about this kind of stuff, because the propaganda that's out there really misconstrues what the truth is. Although there are people that are greedy, but there's still people like that as well. All right. He was only making $28,000 a year. They met in college, married at 23. She was making 5 times what he was working till midnight. She helped him open his business, and they risked it 8 crackers. She said he was making in the 20s when she was hitting the 80s. After 3 kids, they couldn't afford daycare, so he told her to quit. And since then, he busts his butt. Took them to 20 years to get a house. And it also depends on what you do with your money. They buy themselves nothing. Give it so many others. Everything others do. Oh, there you are, Anna. I'm glad to see you still around. And yeah, G, I think that in these situations, a story of resilience and perseverance. Lots of perseverance. All right, G said, I am telling you the story for a reason. Yes, it wasn't just to chat. It was also say sometimes people really earn it and give to so many others. Oh yeah, G, I'm thankful you told me that, and I will certainly remember that story, and no matter what comes your way, people will, could overcome things with resilience. She asks Anna how she's doing. It's very sweet. Shout out to Mary Toodles. All right. Yeah, so my family, they went through the Great Depression, and they were able to overcome hardships that came their way, and over time, gradually, they were able to get different houses and do different real estate stuff. So it was pretty cool. G says, "Hi, Mary. Hope you're well."
Thank you.
She said, "Thank you." G. All right. G said, "Plus, my sister worked since 11 to help my parents, and I did at 14." You see, hard times create strong people, and that's a good work ethic and resilience. Oh, thank you. Learn a lot from my grandpa and mom's family. They had a lot of interesting things and to do. But yeah, it was all they worked very hard to get the different things in life, just like with everybody else. And yeah, I do agree and think that a lot of people don't understand these type of concepts. And also, Anna says, "Mary Toodles, hello." All right, she said hi. RG said, "Missed you, Anna. Haven't been around much. So much going on with work, family. Went to a funeral, wedding, other funeral, and working." Ah, it's like congratulations and condolences for the situation. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. I think that it's very good to know. And yes, my own family has stories similar to that. But nowadays, a lot of people, as I said, are influenced by ideologies, and they just don't want to do what must be done. Also, all right. Thank you, G, for sharing that. And the thing about a Potmakin village is, and G says, in some church happy and sad times, and they all pick the same Luncheon place too. Okay. Oh, understood. Nice. Okay. All right, you're welcome, G. Yeah, I always like to hear different stories. I watched the trial chat since 22, but I've not done this in a while. But I would go to different live streams across the platform and talk to random people and have little groups and conversations. And I brought them over here over time. And I remember doing that. And now, more recently, I'm more with like the trial groups and streams with consistent groups. So these are like the Wild West in the way, because it's like you meet different people. There's some like skirmishes. There's recently I went to a Christian stream where they had people that were atheists, there were Christians, there were Satanists, there's all these trolls, and I went in there and we all had a crazy conversation, and it was great. And there was this troll that was trolling these people throughout the entire stream, and then all of a sudden, dude like flipped a switch, and he was talking about conspiracy theories, these intellectual conspiracy theories. I'm like, wow, that was just incredible. I just to have bro tell me these things, and it was like the sun was coming up nearly, and it was just like okay, there's something called the skunk ape allegedly in Florida. It's a cryptid, an ape cryptid thing that's in Florida allegedly, in a swamp. And there's the mysterious man. And it's a person, like someone's like stuck in the woods by themselves for a long period of time, and some person helps them with something, and they can't explain who it was. That's the mysterious man concept. And that's what I learned from the guy. I said, dude, they're like trolling each other like back and forth. It was like wow. And we had debates about Christianity and atheism. Well, the person was an atheist. He was kind of like, I don't know, he kind of agnostic. It was wild. I enjoyed it. It was people I didn't know from Adam, and we just had crazy conversation. And also there was live streams that had to do with music, like sound effects and music from different time periods, and we would all like talk and hang out and make friends with each other from across the world. You're welcome. And it's like a local place, and kebabs, and no picking the same, and the owner expects you to do is close to the family. And the church is the same community. It's odd. I haven't seen so much family until last week. There are events. We also do like 40-day after someone dies. Okay. Wow, Leon, thank you for sharing. Now, there's one time I remember I was in this one stream that was supposed to be Bonnie and Clyde's vehicle. Right, G says, you learn so much by listening to others. I am always asking people to teach me. Yes, I appreciate that, G. And that's a good way to think about stuff. And that's why I love this experience with YouTube. The positive, the good and the bad that's happened. I don't regret anything. Kebabs is a great place. They can be a little rough around the edges from my experience, yes. Scared. One night there was this stream that would go on, and it was supposed to be Bonnie and Clyde's car, and we're hitching a ride with them. That's what it was supposed to be. And when we were riding there, we in the stream, like it was like a stream about some old-fashioned music with Bonnie and Clyde. I remember I was talking to this lady about aliens, and we had this intellectual conversation about them, and I made a sound effect about the aliens in the woods, and I was telling her about my theories about aliens, and this dude in Italy is like, oh, alien, all you want to do is talk to the women. And it's like, that's not even like, I'm just talking to people in the chat. You know, some women, some of them weren't. It's like, it was funny. It was just, I laughed it off. You know, I just kind of laughed it off. She said, yes, they are, and no Armenian, but the food is the same as Mediterranean, which is where kebabs really started. Middle East, Mediterranean, like Greeks, yes. Most of my family gone now. You're lucky to have the big family, yes. And G said, my daughter is dating a Greek. He's a lot more humble, but yes, many of them, the men and women, are a bit much, no different. My fat Greek wedding. Only 11 left, Anna. Our Christmas used to be 50 to 70 of us. Not much left. Yeah. Over time, it does. That's why it's always good to cherish every moment, because you never know when it'll be the last moment. Okay, let's go here. Thank you, G, in chat, for sharing this. Getting older and being youngest was great as a kid, but now it sucks as an adult. Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword. In other words, they do take over. So if you say, I want a wedding in my church, they demand it to be theirs, but you never know with newer generations. Yeah, facts. Facts. Interesting information, G. Interesting. She said, "My mom is the only one left from her generation, while my two aunts, her sister, are gone. Everything's going. I literally buried 8 of my first cousins in the last 2 years. Good grief. And all under age 70. Oh no." She said, "It's like weird wave of death lately. It's crazy. It's like a wave of vapor, a phantom, that seems to have spread its wave across those channels of life. But the light and resilience is important to have, and the sharing the experience with us is part of that light. So I appreciate you sharing that with us, G." Yeah, I mean, yeah, time flies really fast. That's something we could all agree on. Definitely. G says, "Did you read so many of these new criminals are citing Brian K so much?" I didn't know that, G. I guess he's being used like the Columbine shooters. Oh, I feel very honored, G. Thank you. Did you read so many of these new criminals are citing Brian K so much? Yeah, so with Brian K, there was this situation where, yeah, with the Columbine shooters, people were trying to emulate them and wanting to continue their what they did. So yeah, I didn't know about that, but thank you for telling me. I have been out for so of the trials lately. What is going on with the lady in Walmart or whatever store, the stab lady with her 3-year-old? I don't think I'm keeping up with that trial. I'll look into it. Gee, let's see. I'm keeping up with another trial, but I've not really been keeping up with that one. Okay, the one that Dalia killed the 3-year-old for no reason, saying she's insane now. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a frightening situation. That certainly shouldn't be normalized. Oh, okay. It's Core TV. I have to go check Core TV out to see the trial. Okay. Oh, Bunica Ellis, huh? All right. All right. The Bonica Ellis is accused of. Okay, thank you, G. Is accused of random fatal stabbing of the 3-year-old Julian Wood and the assault of his mother, Margaret Wood, outside a Giant Eagle grocery store in North Olmsted, Ohio on June 3, 24. Arrest. Police arrested Ellis on the day of the attack after they found her walking away from the scene. Mental health. Throughout her legal proceedings, Ellis's mental health has been a central issue. She has long history of severe mental illness and schizophrenia diagnosis. She was initially deemed incompetent to stand trial, but later found competent after months of court-ordered psychiatric treatment. Yeah, the younger ones admire and mimic the older ones. People aren't on top of their kids like they used to be in past in 80s and early 90s. They throw cell phones and computers at them, and also tablets too. Yeah, definitely. I agree, Anna. And kids occupied so parents can live their lives like singles. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yes, the degradation of the society. H, you have to watch the video. She literally, for no reason, buys single knives. What store sells knives in bins like that? Oh yeah, absolutely. I know, right? I definitely have to see that. Oh, hello, Nancy. Good to see you. She's a schizophrenic with a history of going in and out of hospitals and having incidents occur. Thank you for the information, Nancy. Nice to have you here. Trial and plea. As of October 25, Ellis' trial is underway where she has pleaded not guilty by reasons of insanity. Opposing expert testimonies. True. Forensic psychiatrists have presented conflicting testimonies regarding her sanity at the time of the stabbing. One expert testified that her actions are likely driven by her mental illness and that she did not know right from wrong. Another expert agreed that schizophrenia but believed she understood wrongfulness of her actions. Thank you, Caravel and G. I appreciate it. Nancy says they say she was off her medication when she walked into the store. If for no reason, took a knife off a counter, walked around the corner, and stabbed that baby in the face and its mother. Okay, thank you, Nancy, for letting me know more about it. I say parents doing their own thing, focus them back to our parents. Date night. Alright. I said same thing. It's parents doing their own thing, focused on themselves. Back at my time, our parents only focused on that, not date nights. Yeah, exactly. Never saw knives in bins any store. It was an Eagles or Army store. Thank you, Nancy. She said, but I've never in my life seen the store. Okay. Where did she buy? Bonnie Cuss Ellis stole the knives from the Volunteers of America thrift store in North Olmsted, Ohio. Surveillance video showed her taking two knives from the bin inside the store without paying. According to the trial testimony, the video evidence, Ellis stole the knives shortly after visiting the North Olmsted department to ask about property. The thrift store was next door to the Giant Eagle grocery store where she attacked Julian Margaret Wood. Video footage showed her casually walking into the Giant Eagle with a stolen knife before spotting the victim and following outside. Yeah, Caravel and I watched it together earlier. She said, Anna, yes, she was walking around out in the open, and a man was right behind her, too. Did nothing. No one did a thing. Yeah. Quite a shame. And I said, okay, so if it's not Eagle Army Navy, then why have a bin of loose knives? Anna, that was irresponsible on the part of the thrift shop. Court recordings and prosecutors Court recordings and prosecutors' statements include Bonica stole two knives from the Volunteers of America store before the attack. Primarily weapon used the fatal stabbing of Julian Wood was described as a 12-inch butcher knife. Prosecutors stated that Ellis first picked out two knives from the Volunteers of America store. Surveillance video showed the testing of the knives by hitting them against the concrete pillars to check their pliability. Alien people were doing surgery out of their station wagons at the flea market in Fort Lauderdale. Really, Anna? That's insane. Wow, I've not heard of anything like that before. Wow. Surveillance video shows her testing the knife. Okay, and the video also shows Ellis dropping one of the two knives before entering the giant eagles where attack occurred. Murder weapon, which was covered in blood, was later recovered and described as gray knife with black handle. An eyewitness described the weapons as a hunting knife that was approximately 1 foot long. I know about this trial. I didn't look at it a lot, but I know about the trial, chat. I know about it. Scared. Okay, Caraville, link resumes tomorrow. I'm glad to know that, dude. Thanks. I'm glad to know. Alright, Nancy Bins. I guess the tree man goes free, nothing else with him. I was hoping we'd see his crazy butt back in court. Right, right. Is he still married to a tree man trucker? I'm scared. I don't know if I'm familiar with that case. That other people might know. Good answer. Kervil will know. Tuck Tuck. I forgot his full name. Yeah. Oh, okay, G. Understood. All right. Oh, the Treehouse murder trial. Okay. There's so many trials I didn't quite recall off the top of my head. Okay, thank you. So information about this is Franklin Ty Tucker. Mano is a tree man involved in the Florida Keys treehouse murder case. Has had complicated and public relationship status. He married millionaire CrossFit co-founder Lauren Janai in 2019 after she posted his 2 million bail. However, the couple separated about a year later in February 24. Tucker's Facebook profile listed his relationship status. It's complicated. Reports in May 24 that have been living apart. The current status of their divorce proceedings is not publicly confirmed. All right. So that's information about their marriage status. It's complicated. It was okay, 2024. I remember that trial. Yeah. He was defending himself. Yeah, I thought they're going to let him go. So it looks like that's what they're going to do. They're going to let the individual go off the hook.
Scared.
They can only try someone so many times until, it's quite over with. All right, well. And it says pro. All right, Kervil said, "Yeah, I thought he was. Yeah, I thought he was let go already." Thanks, Kervil. No, they agreed to plea agreement with time served. Okay. Yeah, like I remember when the trial happened that he was gonna be let go, but if there was something new that happened, they're gonna retry him. I wasn't aware of it. It was streamed. He really did great as a pro C defendant. Oh yeah, he won his own case pretty much. I feel like he did good with his own case. Okay, pronounced Munch how Zens. Okay, thanks, Anna. Yeah, Kervo, we watched it, and Pam was there, or around there around that time. She was on the. That was back before they left the channel, the not this channel, the other one, the LC channel. Yeah, I remember when they were giving him acquitted and they got him off the. He wasn't gonna be retried again. I remember that very vividly. That a defendant won his like own situation. Like, he did it good as his own attorney. For once, it was like a one rare situation. Yeah, but if he was going to be retried, I wasn't aware. I wasn't if there was something new that came up since then. Yeah, we saw that careful. All right, and thank you, chat. Understood. So, G said I saw that trial and it was a mistrial, and I thought they were going to try him again. Then heard nothing. Glad to have the update. Understood, G. Careful says, yeah, they tried to get him on bond violation in Washington State or something, some crap, and then boom, he secured a plea agreement. Oh, okay. Thank you, Careful, for explaining. Pro se. Okay, thank you. I always was pronouncing it wrong the whole time. He was great. Right. $3 million bond. All right. Yeah, the trio did so great defending himself, so much so the state didn't want a second rodeo with him. Yeah. Oh yes, absolutely. That's a trial we could rewatch. G, definitely. I hear your bubbles. All right. Let's see, you're here. Let's go this way. Save this. Go down this road. Yeah, yeah.
That if there's an agreement, then it's kind of a moot point. I didn't know that there was an agreement. I'm not sure that.
Nice. I have this saved. Okay, I have the opening of that trial saved. Okay.
That's an absolute requirement for.
It's nice to see the chat room from that time period. I knew Chalet for a very long time. I didn't know I knew her that long. Uh huh. Nice. Nice chat room. Let's go there. Let's see. Yeah. It's awesome. That was a good experience. Okay. Yeah, so we will certainly be showing that trial as we've been showing the Tellis trial, the Brooks trial. We've been showing a couple of different ones, and I will replay that for UG in the chat again. I'll be glad to. I enjoyed that one, and we could break down like what he did right and how he did it. So it'll be interesting to have y'all's commentary about that when we do that. Okay. All right, going over this way. Let's go here. Well, gee, I will play when you're here again. Yes, yes, a cat's name Bubbles. Yeah, and oh yeah, you missed it. No, gee, when you're here again, uh, we will. I'll play the Tellis and Brooks trial again, with you present. So I'll playing those trials again, so you'll eventually see it. You'll eventually see it. So, but yeah, it was funny. Chat, with Brooks, we're all roasting Brooks and Tellis. It was quite funny. So, as I said, you'll see those trials again because I play, like the depth trial. We play it the whole summer, every day. So we'll certainly play those trials again too. Oh, hello, Moki. Good to see you. All right, G said I usually am, and at the time, the last few weeks, very busy with work and fam. Okay. Tennis is a rough man. Courts bigger when it looks like a TV. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, sure, Careful. Drop it in the chat. Nice. Nice, Anna. Thank you, Careful. Let's see. All right, let's play this over here. We'll play this. Let's see. All right. All right, here we go. Um, where is it? Oh, okay. It's that situation. All right, let's go here. And well, I'm gonna play this for y'all. What Careful sent me right now. All right.
Yes. Sir, do you also understand that pursuant to Florida Statute 775.082, that because you are receiving a prison sentence, if you were to a qualifying offense in the state of Florida as listed under 775.082 within 3 years of your release from Florida State Prison, that you could be classified as a prison releasee reoffender?
Yes.
All right. Are you being forced, threatened, coerced, intimidated, or made to enter into this agreement against your own free will?
No, sir.
You understand that you have the right, I assume you do, you already exercised these rights. You have the right to a jury trial with legal representation. You have the right to present defenses. You have the right to testify. But you are giving up those rights by entering this no contest plea to count one of the amended information.
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Tucker, do you agree that the state could present evidence that if that evidence were to be believed, would establish a factual basis to count one of the amended information?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Tucker, I find that you are alert and intelligent, freely and voluntarily waived your rights. A factual basis exists and the court will accept your plea. Does the state wish to make any statement at this time?
No, sir.
Mr. Tucker, do you wish to say anything?
No, sir.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and sentence you now in case number 2017 CF 841CK. Oh, yeah. You score sheet? Is this up here?
Give you the quarter.
Mr. Tucker, your score sheet shows 93.5 points. So, first, do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that this is a downward departure.
Yes, sir.
This is a downward departure based on a legitimate uncoerced plea. And we use these notes on the score sheet. All right, Mr. Tucker, you get the your bargain. Go ahead and sentence you in case number 2017 CFP or 1CK. State what was your announcement related to all counts in the amended information and to the singular count of the indictment.
We're gonna bypass all the other counts in the information and request, on the indictment, I think I had to request, dismissal or eviction or something along those.
It's one of those two words,
Yes.
and I will grant your Mr. Tucker to the singular remaining count, which is robbery with a deadly weapon while masked in violation of Florida Statute 812.13. You're hereby adjudicated guilty. You're sentenced to 910 days in Florida State Prison with credit for 910 days. There's $865 of court costs, $100 cost of prosecution, $40 cost of investigation to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. There's a $50 public defender application fee. There's $8,533 of prisoner transportation costs. All of those monetary amounts will be reduced to civil judgment means. Sir, you have 30 days to appeal. And not appeal, 30 days, you have right. So if you cannot afford an attorney to do it, you know, maybe.
And then one final thing, the defendant had asked us about returning his property. There's no objection to that property being released at this time.
So let's let the court minutes reflect that there's a stipulated motion for return of property of the defendant. The case is now closed. I mean, pending 30 days for appeal. So I'm gonna grant that request. Just let the court minutes reflect that. So sometimes if you go to property, they either want a court order or court minutes that reflect that property can be returned again. The state stipulated the case is closed. Mr. Tucker's property can and shall be returned to them. Mr. Tucker, I'm going to sign this right now, and perhaps we can give it to the transportation deputy. Or you want to
No, I have to upload it.
So it will be uploaded momentarily. All right, course of recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So we're fine. Judges. Yes. Now.
How you doing, Glenn?
So it's over.
Huh?
It's over.
Yep, it's over. As far as I know.
How you feel?
Pretty good.
We have fingerprints.
Call me later. Call me later.
Well, yeah, I can't call you later, but yeah.
You're getting out today.
Well, no, not today. I won't be getting out today because they have to wait for a number from Tallahassee. As soon as I get that, then I'll be released.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm a little late. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr.
oh,
Tucker.
this way. Wait. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
You want your copy of the judgment?
Yeah.
And when I get that from, I will copy of it.
The state anticipates after opening the first witness will be calling Deputy Jenna Muller from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. She was the first arriving officer on the scene.
Do you have any others lined up for today?
Yes, Judge. After that, we anticipate calling Detective Marcus Del Valle from the Key West Police Department. And then I think the third witness lined up for today would be Mr. Roger Rauger.
Okay. All right, well, that's pretty well today's lineup.
That sounds fine, Your Honor.
All right, and presumably you'll extend them the same courtesy
Of course,
when it's
of
your
course.
turn.
Yep.
So then, once the jurors get here, we go through preliminary instructions. There's a portion of one instruction where the defendant has the right to choose whether or not he or she wants a particular portion given. These are the preliminary instructions, and this one optional instruction at the defendant's request says, in every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence from the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent. A jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. So that can be given or not. That's the defendant's option. So
Obviously, I'm not going to stay silent, Your Honor.
Well, that's not obvious to me, but you've
Speak.
That's fine. So can I take it then you do not want that paragraph?
No, that's fine. You don't have to read that.
All right. So is anybody invoking the rule of sequestration of witnesses? That's the next question. That
We are, Judge.
You are. Okay. So if you're familiar with that rule, Mr. Tucker, but
A little, Your Honor. I wouldn't mind a little explanation from the court. Usually you get educated.
okay. What that rule says is that witnesses other than a victim cannot be in the courtroom at any time except when they're testifying. So before they've testified and after they've testified, they have to stay out of the courtroom unless, the sides agree that that rule can be suspended for that particular person. Otherwise, they can't be sitting in here either before they've testified or after they've testified. Moreover, they are precluded from speaking to anyone about their testimony. Like if there's a waiting room with witnesses, it's prohibited from those witnesses to confer with each other. I think
That would make sense.
Yes, exactly. It's to prevent any kind of comparing testimony or discussing the experience. The only exception to that is that a witness may speak to the attorney, or in this case yourself, for either side, as long as that is done one witness at a time. So you can't have a huddle with the lawyer and 3 or 4 witnesses, but the lawyer, or as again I say, the pro se litigant, is entitled to speak to a witness. They're not covered by that rule. It is a serious rule. It can be enforced by contempt of court proceedings, whereby if a person were to violate said rule, they could be subject to being fined, being incarcerated, having their testimony stricken, any and all of the above. At the beginning of a trial, sometimes if there's witnesses here, I'll bring them in and I'll instruct them about it. Other times, I just say, as I'm going to right now, it's the responsibility of the attorneys to let the witnesses know of the invocation of that rule and that they are bound thereby. So, any questions about that?
No, I think I understand you.
All right. So then openings, just remind everyone, opening statement is not evidence, it's not argument, it's basically, as I've heard it described, a roadmap as to what each side expects the evidence will show. So that's the basic focus of an opening statement. It's not testimonial, it's not evidence. What the attorneys say is not to be considered evidence. So we'll, and you've indicated that you, Mr. Tucker, want to make your opening after the state's opening.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. So, and then as I told one of the jurors yesterday, we will give them the opportunity to take notes. I'm not going to have jury questions. That's the court's option. I don't utilize that procedure. It's not mandatory. So they may take notes, and we'll presumably we have the notepads ready here. Okay, so jurors are due at 9:30, and unless there's something else,
No, sir.
we'll be back just as soon as I'm told that the jurors are all here in the jury room, and hopefully that'll be right around 9:30. Thank you. They don't do an all rise when leave.
Okay.
Ada was there, so she's probably.
Paul, can you put me through to Pam downstairs in investigations? Thanks. What if we play our videos for us? Because I don't know how to run that machine.
Investigations.
Yeah, who's this?
Hey, John.
Hey, is Pam there?
How you doing? Yeah, Pam is actually in a meeting with Tracy.
I know, but I gotta talk. Yeah, I gotta talk to her.
Okay. You want me to go interrupt? Well,
Yeah.
she's actually in her office. So you can call home then. Okay.
Joe.
Or at least try to assist in somehow. As he was coming up the stairs, the evidence will show that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson confronted him. There was a struggle that ensued, and Mr. Bonnet was stabbed numerous times and eventually died from these injuries. The defendants then fled the scene. Defendant Johnson, who was waiting in his dark-colored pickup truck, the getaway driver, noticing that there was a commotion going on, decided to leave his two accomplices and drives away. They ultimately meet up at a warehouse where they were all residing together, probably about, I want to say about 500 or 600 feet from the actual treehouse, where an argument ensued, and Mr. Johnson decided to walk down to the Tom Tom to get some cigarettes, where he met up with Mr. Detroit Wilson, Mr. Rory Wilson. You're going to hear from numerous witnesses during the state's presentation and shall be presented with numerous exhibits of evidence for your review and consideration in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state is absolutely confident that at the conclusion of this matter, you will find that the defendant, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, is guilty as charged in the indictment and the amended information. Thank you.
Tucker, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may do so.
Okay. That was a nice presentation by the state. By the way, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That was quite the story. But the problem is nothing in that story tells you what evidence they have, what evidence they're going to show. You know, how are they going to actually tie me into that story? Anyway, you know, the prosecution, you know, tells that story, but the problem is very little of that story is true. That's the bottom line. And, you know, yes, about the only thing that was true in that story is, yes, John Travis Johnson was there. That's a fact, right? This state witness, you know, they keep on saying he's the getaway driver, right? Out of all the evidence...
Object argumentative.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Again, this is an opportunity to talk about what the evidence you expect will show.
Oh, but that's where I'm going, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just give me a second, I'll get right there. I was actually just getting to that point. Out of all the evidence they show, all the witnesses they bring, where are they going to show he's the getaway driver? That's what you need to look at, right? Because the defense You know, we can show all day there is no evidence saying he was a getaway driver. We can also show that there's evidence that says otherwise. And that's what we do intend to prove. As far as the evidence we intend to put on, we're going to, put on the surviving victim, Miss Paula Bellamont, who says, 100% sure it wasn't me that night. 100%. Now, just as Mr. Alvarez said, this is a woman who was brutally beaten, robbed, had her throat slit, literally sat there and watched her friend get murdered viciously. But yet she is testifying on my side. Now, don't get me wrong, what motivation could she have? Anyway, going down the line here, we also intend on going ahead and, calling a few other witnesses here. The next one after that is probably going to be Mrs. Angela Oslowski. Again, talking about evidence, right? Well, this is the woman who did the FDLE reports, the forensic evidence that, that they submitted, right? All the evidence comes back. None of my DNA, none of my, my blood, none of my fingerprints, none of that stuff. Okay? So, no forensic evidence, right? Okay? Surviving victim says it wasn't me. Okay, so we'll go on down from there. The next one, Mr. Tom Walker from Internal Affairs, right? Now, Mr. Tom Walker goes ahead and investigates the investigation because of a complaint I made, right? A complaint that comes back sustained, right? Comes back as sustained for an investigation that was so poor, so poorly executed. 208 pieces of evidence were found to be mishandled by the MCSO, including DNA, including physical evidence, including video. 208 pieces of evidence. Now, he also goes ahead and goes beyond that. He goes on to show that, that the original affidavit that was used to arrest me, the one that actually everybody relies on as far as what the police say happened, right? He goes ahead and investigates that. Unfortunately, guess what? That's not accurate either, according to him. That he actually goes ahead and investigates this and finds out that the original affidavit that was used to indict me, used to give me these charges and put me in front of you people, right? Not that I don't like you, but...
Objection, argument, and again,
well, I'll overrule that objection.
No, but yes, it put me here. And so he'll go ahead and show that that isn't exactly accurate. That it's filled with inaccuracies. It also has what they call material omissions. Stuff that would be an exculpatory evidence to suggest that I wasn't there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and interview Mr. Tom Walker. We'll go ahead and put him on the stand. Then after that, we have Lieutenant Colonel Chad Scabilia. Right? He's actually one of the higher ups in the MCSO. I don't know how familiar the jury is with that, right? I know we all know Rick Ramsey, but do we know Mr. Scabilia? Probably not. But he is one of the higher ups in the MCSO. He's in charge of their operations. He decides, as of January of 2019, he's going to go ahead and do an investigation of the entire major crimes unit, right? He's afraid that they're not living up to par. That's a good supervisor.
Object and ask for sidebar.
Okay.
Currently employed.
Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity are you employed with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
I am the Road Patrol Sergeant in District 1.
How long have you been doing that, Mr. Deputy Mother?
As a sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
Since July, I believe.
And in total with the Sheriff's Department?
I got hired in January of 2016.
2016, okay. I'd like to direct your attention to November 17th of 2017. Were you employed with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office on that date?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working with them at that time?
I was a deputy on Road Patrol in District 1.
And
morning and this afternoon. I will once again review all of them just for grammar, just to make sure all of that is correct, and provide a written printout of the final draft for the parties before we break for the day today. I am also approving of the verdict forms that have been previously submitted to the parties, just noting there's just a few grammatical things that need to be corrected, but the content and substance are there, and I've already addressed on the record any requests by the parties this afternoon.
No, Your Honor, I believe that the final copy that we've been working off of is appropriate.
Any comment about that, Mr. Brooks, or any statement?
I don't consent to being called that name, and I've just told you I don't understand these jury questions. I'm not going to know how they allow it to pass just because you feel that they should. When I'm telling you I don't understand them.
I would note that
not one of those jury instructions came from me. Not one. How's that fair?
Mr. Brooks, this court gave you the draft of the jury instructions. I need to mute you because, once again, he's debating about things that I think are very clear on the record. This court provided both the state and Mr. Brooks with a written printout, 107 pages long, of the jury instructions it was considering in this case. We had a discussion this morning. We continued that discussion this afternoon. Prior to breaking for the lunch hour, all of the verdict forms were printed off and provided to both the state and to Mr. Brooks. It is also true that when he was previously represented by counsel, the court had some specific deadlines related to jury instruction proposals, and the state reminded me that there essentially was not an objection raised regarding the proposal and the filing from the state. I had a brief opportunity to look through the record of the inmate communication forms that have been sent during this trial that are on file. I haven't seen anything that references jury instructions. I'm well aware that he has other filings, but I could not find anything related to jury instructions and any specific requests that he is making or made during this case. So for the record, I am approving of the verdicts. I am approving of the jury instructions. And once again, before we break for the day, I will make sure to provide the parties with written printouts of both of the documents as they now stand. Then there are a few other issues we need to go through. Attorney Basie, I think you brought these
the rest of the week, should there be guilty verdicts returned.
Sure. Before I address issues, sir, that you would want the court to address, you have been unmuted, so you can answer that. Mr. Brooks, do you have any of those final type of questions or issues that you want the court to address?
Is she referring to me?
You are unmuted. I am.
I just told you since nothing I say even matters at this point, I'm just going to tell the jury what they need to know. I'm just going to tell them the truth.
Mr. Brooks, you are aware that your closing arguments have to be based on law and fact, correct?
They're going to be based on whatever I'll base them on.
Well, I trust the state will object when appropriate, if appropriate.
It's going to be a whole lot of objection then because I'm going to tell the truth. You haven't allowed You just been making all the decisions for me, even though you know I told you repeatedly that I don't understand, and you still make decisions based on my behalf without my consent, without me. I'm telling you I don't understand, and you still make a decision determining my life.
Are you telling me, sir, that you will refuse to follow the simple rules of decorum, courtesy, civility, the rules of evidence, and
don't try to come
the
with
rules
your
of
slick
procedure?
words. Don't try to come with your slick words, and don't put words in my mouth.
Sir, I am not being slick. I'm trying to preserve the integrity.
You've been slick. You've been slick.
All right, I'm going to mute you, sir, since what you are saying is not productive. It is not courteous. It is disrespectful.
I don't care.
I need to go
I don't
over
care
these.
what you think.
All right, I'm muting him because I need to go over these important issues that have been raised by the state. So as far as the alternates, I do think it is important to keep the alternates who in a secure location, even if that means an overnight, unless and until verdicts are reached in this matter, and I will so instruct the clerk of courts to make those arrangements. We have been doing that all along in any event. As far as selecting the alternates, obviously each of our jurors have a number. I intend to have pieces of equal size pieces of paper made, folded up with each of their numbers, put them in the same turnstile bin that we utilized for the selection of jury preemptory strikes by lot, and to simply pull out 3 names. Those will be the alternates, and then or I should say not names, the numbers, and then the numbers that are remaining would be those 12 who will deliberate. And so I'll make sure that that's out here for the appropriate time. As I indicated this morning, all of the jurors were provided with some information regarding sequestration. It is the practice of that I've approved in this case that the jurors provide us with certain emergency.
And to highlight the
Reading you. I would note he takes the headphones on and off throughout. He doesn't have them on. He's looking at a book.
I wish you would stop saying, look, I'm looking at the Bible. Thank you. It's not just a book, it's the book.
Can't disagree with you there, sir.
Yeah. How many people actually live by it, though? Anyway.
Sir, I'm contemplating putting an hour time limit on closing arguments.
I ain't doing no closing argument tomorrow.
The closing arguments will most likely be tomorrow.
I'm not doing it tomorrow.
Then you'll forfeit your right to give one, sir, because as we have...
You can't force me not. What type of court is this where you can say you're going to force somebody not to be able to give a closing argument? How's that lawful law?
If you choose not to give one...
How's that lawful law?
Sir, if you choose not to give one you're not letting me finish, and you're mocking me right now, which is incredibly disrespectful once again.
Okay,
you didn't even let me get my sentence out.
You always want to make an incorrect record. Go ahead. Make your incorrect record. Go ahead.
I'll mute him once again because clearly he just wants to be disruptive this afternoon. But as we have been talking about over the course of the last, 10, 15 minutes, talking about the timing of everything tomorrow, even though I have 107 pages of jury instructions, the first 73, I think, deal with what is read prior to closing arguments. That means the parties should be prepared to give their closing arguments tomorrow afternoon. I will do my very best with just one mid-morning break to get through all of these, the first part of the instructions. Then the state will give its closing argument. I'm giving the parties 1 hour each. I think that's reasonable under the circumstances. Whatever the state doesn't use in its initial time of closing arguments, it can reserve for rebuttal. But then following the state, we may need to take a break of some sorts, probably before the defendant goes, just for the jury's sake and the party's sake. We will need a comfort break. But you should be prepared to go tomorrow afternoon. Then the state, if they have any rebuttal, will get up within that time limit. I will myself, and I'll have my clerk make sure we accurately time that. I will read the final instructions, and I'll really leave it in the jury's hands. If they want to start deliberating, that's fine. You know, if it's 7 o'clock at night, I'll probably tell them we're going to break for the night. They'll be sequestered, but they will come back and begin deliberations in the morning. That'll be Wednesday morning. But now that I really kind of laid that out and thought about the break I will have for closing arguments with even my 107 pages, we can get this done tomorrow. And so that's my expectation. So, Mr. Brooks, I'll unmute you, but that is the expectation of the court, that closing arguments will be done tomorrow.
You can't rush me to judgment, or you can't practice law from the bench and tell me when I can do something and when I can't.
Mr. Brooks, I actually can, under all of the rules of procedure. It is my job to make sure there's effective and efficient administration of this trial.
Then I should be allowed to, then if that's the case, then I should be allowed to tell the jury what they need to know, which is the truth. That they have the power. They have the power to nullify laws they don't agree with.
You are absolutely not allowed to tell the jury that. There's a jury instruction that I will have ready to go if you even attempt to raise the issue of jury nullification, sir. You have absolutely no right to raise that. That is clear under the law.
I can raise what I want to raise. And you can't, so you added these jury instructions at the last minute, then you should have never approved them from the get-go, because I never approved them. I told you I didn't understand them at all whatsoever, and you still passed it.
Sir, if you understand jury nullification, you understand jury instructions. It's clear to me you've done your homework.
What you talking about? I don't care what you're talking about. I'm going to let them know that they can nullify any law they don't agree with, which is my right.
It is not your right to do that.
Say that it's not.
It is not your right to raise jury nullification.
Show me lawful law then. Show me.
All right, I'm going to mute him once again. He's starting to raise his voice. He's starting to hit his hands on the table. It's very clear to this court that it's going to be a challenge tomorrow during his closing arguments. He does not have an unfettered right to say whatever he wants or how he wants. If he is going to be adamant about defying the court's rules, which I will tell him in part what they are today, and I will work on that as we break and have a very clear advisement for him tomorrow morning. He may run the risk of being put in the other courtroom because he'll forfeit by his conduct his right to be present here, and I will be able then to exercise the mute function. I have to balance, frankly, the fact that he's in custody, that it takes time for this jury to be excused. They have to walk an entire hallway behind me. I frankly don't want him to look worse than what he's looked, frankly, in front of this court when they haven't been in this courtroom. I need to preserve how he looks to this jury. And I will need a very clear pledge by him that he will follow the rulings that I make as it relates to the closing arguments. He cannot raise jury nullification. He cannot raise facts that are not part of the record. He cannot raise subject matter jurisdiction. He needs to argue the facts based upon his theory, based upon the evidence that's been presented, and those are the bounds. If he's going to, I can only imagine there may be some objections by the state. If there is an objection, I expect that he will stop and wait for this court to rule on the objection. I expect that if I sustain an objection, that he will honor it. And if he can't pledge to follow these very simple rules of courtesy and decorum that are consistent with the rules of procedure and the rules of evidence, then he will be in that other courtroom for his closing argument, so that I can exercise mute, frankly, to protect how he looks to that jury. because that is the balancing that I am tasked with tomorrow, is to ensure that this jury makes a determination based upon the evidence and the law. You do not have a right to talk about sympathy. That's very clear in the case law, whether it's evidence or arguments. The juries, if you read through the jury instructions, sir, you will see they are specifically told they will not be swayed by sympathy, by prejudice, or passion. They are not to be concerned themselves with any penalties. You can't argue penalties. You can't argue jury nullification. You can't argue legal issues that aren't relevant to the elements and the other law that's in these jury instructions. And those are the very clear rules that you will need to follow. And like any other time in this trial, if you don't do that, you will forfeit your right to argue your case to the jury or forfeit your right to be present in this courtroom and appear from the other courtroom. And you are squarely put on notice of that here today, sir. With that, I think I've addressed all of the issues the state has asked me to address. Oh, one other issue, verdict timing. I know we have some time on this. I realize that there are many, many victims who may still be watching the proceedings remotely. There may be news media, in fact, that may want to cover the verdicts, and that this jury will take some time due to the sheer volume of counts in this case. When this court is advised that verdicts have been reached, I am contemplating between 30 and 60 minutes before bringing everyone back into the courtroom for the verdicts to be read in open court. And if parties believe I need to wait longer, then let me know. But I think some of it will depend on is it late at night? Is it during the day? Are we dealing with any kind of traffic issues? I realize Mr. Brooks has family in Milwaukee area that may want to be here as well. Even if I consider the outlying areas of Waukesha, you could be as much as 30 minutes away. So that's my initial thought on that. Any statement from the state on that?
Not on that issue directly, sir. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I apologize.
Any other issues?
Yes, my other issue as to verdicts was seating, if you intended to maintain the designated benches for the reasons you just said.
I would intend to keep the seating as is.
Okay, with the reserve?
The entire side behind the state for victims.
Okay, and the other side reserved for the first 5 minutes, or is that open seating over there?
My rule throughout has been 15 minutes. What I would say is any open seating will open the courtroom. It'll still be open the whole time because we're waiting, right? So it has to be. So any seat that's left open within 15 minutes, victims could also sit on the other side.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking me.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Brooks, any further topics by you?
Am I muted?
No, you're unmuted.
So, again, I don't understand nothing you just said, but I don't. How can you deprive me of my constitutional rights? How can you trample on my constitutional rights? How?
Sir, you can forfeit a number of constitutional rights by misconduct on your part.
Not if I reserve my rights. You can't let me reserve my rights and then take them from me.
Sir, I direct your attention to Chambers versus Mississippi, Rock versus Arkansas, State versus Anthony, Illinois versus Allen.
Did they reserve their rights?
The Beneby decision. There's a host of case law, sir.
Did they reserve their rights?
All right, sir, you are simply mistaken on that. So I'm muting him once again. He's not giving me any other issues to address. We are in recess.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a few
go
other.
ahead.
I'm
You
sorry.
do. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted the record to read other questions, Your Honor.
As to this particular piece of evidence only, Mr. Brooks, you may ask questions of Detective Casey.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. And yeah,
Noted. Do you have any
question.
questions for the witness?
This, when did this video, when was this made a exhibit? Because I don't have it.
Objection, that's not a question for the witness, Your Honor.
That was a question. When was this
As to the
video
form
made
of
an
the
exhibit?
question,
When was this video made an exhibit? That is a question.
I object to the question directed at the witness, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his knowledge.
Well, he said he saw it.
but that's not the question asked. So you can rephrase your question if you want to.
When did you see this exhibit? When did you see it?
With the understanding that you're asking when did he see the video, I will
When
allow
did
the
you see
question
this
to be
exhibit?
asked. With that understanding, you may answer, Detective Casey.
Am I answering when I saw the video for the first time?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Why is something always funny at that table? That it would be the same thing. I'll take that as disrespect because they were allowed to say something and I said under my breath that was disrespect.
Well, I
they
would
just
direct
did the
both
same
parties
thing.
to avoid commentary.
Okay, well, can
and
you do that,
gestures
please?
and faces.
Acknowledge them
Yes,
because
I
I'm
will.
always the one getting
Absolutely.
admonished.
Everyone.
I take that as disrespect too.
Sir, can I do my job? State's directed to avoid laughing commentary. I didn't see it, so I can't further comment. I was looking at
All these
the
cameras
witness.
in here, don't nobody
However,
never see nothing.
I'm advising both parties to show
Come on, man,
decorum
this is not fair.
and restraint, to
I
be
would-
respectful of this jury's time and attention, and to let them do their job by focusing on the testimony and exhibits and evidence that's presented. Go ahead, Detective Casey, you can answer the question about when you have seen this video prior to today.
I saw the video within a few days of Mr. Brooks being arrested. I've reviewed it since then a few times. I reviewed it yesterday and again this morning, and now in court again.
You said you reviewed it yesterday and this morning. If you had seen this video numerous times before yesterday and today, why did you feel the need to view it yesterday and today?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Why did you need to review it this morning?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Because I wanted to be 100% sure of the content, and if there's any questions that were asked of it, I wanted to make sure that I would be able to answer them appropriately.
And why was this, to your knowledge, why was this video never brought up in your earlier testimony?
Objection, that's a
Grounds.
misstatement, Your Honor.
Sustained as to the form of the question assumes facts not in evidence.
If you had seen it numerous times before today, why did you need to see it again to make sure if any questions were asked, or however you refer to it? What would be the need to view again this morning something that you had viewed numerous times before?
I'll see what my
Objection, compound, asked and answered, misstatement of the facts, argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you view the video this morning because you knew that the video would be made an exhibit this morning?
Objection, assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
This is mind-boggling. This is mind-boggling. Can you clarify again why you viewed the video this morning?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So you're gonna sustain everything?
It was already answered, sir. Next question, please.
And I'm asking for clarification.
Next question, please.
I don't got no more questions, man.
All right, thank you.
This is mind-boggling.
Detective, you may step down. I'll excuse the jury.
What you people was trying to do is not fair. Hide things from the jury repeatedly. You don't tell them all the information
Mr.
they
Brooks,
need
I'm
to
going
know.
to take up all of your objections outside the presence of the jury. I'd ask that you honor my decision to do that and you show courtesy and decorum.
Because you asked.
Mr. Brooks, please.
Because you asked. That's the only reason, because you asked. I see what you people are trying to do. It's not right. It's not fair and it's not right.
You can have a seat. Well, once the jury's outside of the courtroom, I'll take up the objections previously in the evidence. All right. First of all, Attorney Hopper, if you can make a record as to this exhibit and whether it's been turned over previously.
It was previously included in the initial discovery that was sent initially to the public defender's office, and now we have a record that those 3 boxes were turned over to Mr. Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name, and it was not in the video footage that I have obtained. That video was not part of it. Do you think I would sit here and be this irritated?
Mr. Brooks, I need to make a record, so just please sit down. There's no need for you to stand at the moment.
I feel like standing right now.
Please sit down.
I feel like standing.
All right, based upon the offer of proof provided by the state, and it was provided to prior counsel, that satisfies me as to that issue.
That's
I indicated
That's
I would.
inaccurate, Your Honor. Can we have the prior counsel testify to that then? Because
Not at this time, sir.
I have not obtained that. Right now, that was my first time seeing that as an exhibit.
Mr. Brooks, I presume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're familiar with that video? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with what we're talking
Because
about?
I'm going to make a finding based upon what I viewed in that video, that there is absolutely no surprise to you. It appears to me, even without the video, that that's a music video, that you are in it, that the vehicle that has been the subject of this entire case, that red Ford Escape with the plate that's been testified to, is in that video. That video is relevant for a number of different reasons, the first of which it goes to identification of you, identification of the vehicle. You opened up the door through your cross-exam of Detective Casey about his ability to identify you in that video. And when I say identification of you, specifically as it relates to Detective Casey's opinion that that's you in the video, of course, it's ultimately up to the jury to determine that and what relevance, if any, evidence have, but you opened up the door for the state to show that video because you directly attacked the credibility of Detective Casey through his knowledge of it and the identification by him of you in it. Because the still image was of your back.
Okay.
So that opened up the door, and it's proper. There's absolutely no surprise to you that that video exists, and that is my finding as it relates to that.
What do you mean by it's no surprise to me that it exists? That was not the issue. The issue was how was it made an exhibit at the last moment? How does it be made an exhibit out of the blue? That was the issue. The issue
State can make an offer of proof on that because obviously they marked it as an exhibit.
But with all respect,
go
Your
ahead,
Honor,
Attorney
you're
Hopper.
mischaracterizing what I said, and the record needs to be clear. The issue that I raised was how does this, at the last minute, out of the blue, become an exhibit? That was the issue.
Go ahead and make your offer of proof on that.
Thank you, Judge. And another thing worth noting is the testimony of Detective Casey that this video was obtained from the defendant's own Facebook account as well. The court is well aware.
He said social
There's
media.
nothing
He didn't say what it was.
Sir, stop interrupting. We have to make a record of it. You've interrupted multiple times. I've been abundantly patient with you. Again, another interruption. So you need to be quiet and let the state make a record. Stop gesturing at me. Stop rolling your eyes at me. Stop mumbling.
I'm looking right at you. I'm not rolling my eyes.
No, you have throughout. I've seen it and I've made note of it.
I'm looking at you. Okay, so are you asking me to be quiet or are you telling me to be quiet?
Go ahead, Attorney Hopper.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna take that
and
as
just
asking.
to indicate, Your Honor, this court has been abundantly patient with Mr. Brooks. He challenges the court's authority repeatedly. This court absolutely has the ability to tell him to sit down and be quiet. And you haven't done that. And I know why you haven't done that, Your Honor, and we appreciate that. He is not in control of this courtroom. You are. And he needs to respect that. This video was relevant based on his questioning of Detective Casey, as you just indicated, challenging his ability to identify the person who had their back turned to the camera in the still shot of State's Exhibit 175. Trials are fluid. When he opened the door to that, we came up with the video, which Detective Casey testified repeatedly on direct examination and cross-examination as to how he knew that was Mr. Brooks, because he had seen the rest of the video.
You asked the questions. The state had objected. Since you're the proponent of testimony of your niece and nephew.
It don't matter with Detective Casey. He's off the stand. He's not going back on the stand.
No, but I told you I would recall him. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury.
How do I supposed to know?
So are you withdrawing that, sir?
How am I supposed to know? I think I deserve a chance to rebut what was just said. I think I deserve that much if it's a fair trial.
What information do you want to provide to me about that last exhibit?
About what last exhibit? I'm talking about the audacity of the prosecution to just put that on the record when it's stating it's untrue.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's untrue?
We just heard her talk for 5-10 minutes straight. Now don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
I don't know specifically what you're talking about,
There's a reference made to what I'm supposed to know about the evidence stacking up and this and that, as if that has any bearing on what I still think and what I'm still going to present. It doesn't.
Well, that's not what we're talking about at the moment. I made a ruling on an exhibit.
She's been laughing and making comments under her breath the whole time during the whole trial, and I never said nothing. I don't know what's being said, but I can tell that it's directed towards me. I'm not an idiot.
I haven't made any of those observations,
I didn't
sir.
say
What
you.
I've observed,
I didn't say you, Your Honor.
No.
But
What I've observed is
listen, please.
Go ahead.
For her to sit there and try to play it off as if she's not referencing to me, she must think I'm an idiot. That is very disrespectful to me. I haven't said anything about that until today. She's done it numerous times.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're
laughing under her breath. Her trying to cover up the microphone so they can laugh and hee and key. That they've been doing that the whole time. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about it.
I have not noticed that. What I notice are 3 attorneys who cover up the microphone so that they're not heard when they're conferring with each other about evidentiary issues or about testimony.
So why is it always laughing and giggling?
I haven't noticed that other than the one thing you pointed out.
Well, we have cameras. That's what the cameras are for.
Let's refocus our attention on what we're here for, and that's
okay,
this trial.
I'll take that.
Do you have anything you want to put on the record?
I'm putting it on the record if I get a chance.
No, you need to let me finish. As it relates to the video and my decision to admit it.
She just admitted that she just now came with the exhibit. It was not, she just said, she just made it an exhibit. It was not an exhibit before she made it one.
So do you have some legal basis, sir, for your position? Because I'm not
What do I need legal basis for when she just admitted on the record that she just made this exhibit up right
she
now?
Didn't. That is a complete mischaracterization. Sure, she did not.
That's what, so she wasn't implying that by saying that she could pull anything out of her suitcase.
So that's a figure of speech.
Okay, so what is it implying to? What would that be implying to?
As attorney,
how would anyone,
I'm moving
in my
on
position,
because you're not providing me with any legal basis.
I didn't even finish. You told me that I can make the record. I'm attempting to make the record.
Sir, as it relates to the video and my decision to admit it, do you
I just said that you didn't even let me finish.
You're not letting me finish.
You didn't let me finish either, Your Honor.
Because you're not providing me.
But how do you know I wouldn't get to that if I didn't finish?
You're not providing me with anything from a legal basis for which I would consider changing my mind. So the state's withdrawn their request to play the audio.
Then why play the video at all then?
I've already made a ruling on that. You're questioning the ruling. You're not asking me to reconsider it based on any legal basis.
There should be a legal reconsideration of it.
Then you need to provide me with the legal basis for that, sir.
So I'm supposed to just come off that with off the top of my head?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
You're representing yourself. It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. So I was supposed to already come in here this morning and say, oh, a video is going to be shown off the fly at the drop of a hat. Let me try to find some legal thing to combat. How am I supposed to do that?
The bottom line is you opened the door to the playing of that video.
We're not talking about
and the
opening
video
no
was
doors.
previously provided to you during discovery.
We're not talking
There's
about opening no doors. We're talking about being fair.
There's
Because
absolutely
if I
no
would have did
prejudice
that,
to
Your
you
Honor,
in
with all
terms
due
of
respect,
surprise.
with all due respect, if I had
Right.
done that,
I am going to move on.
if
from
I
this
had done
topic.
that, it would have
Mr.
been a
Brooks,
big
I'm
thing.
advising you.
Are you
that
asking
you
me?
need. I'm advising you, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I don't know what that
advising you
means.
to sit down
I
and
don't
be
know what that
quiet.
means.
And if you interrupt me again, you are on notice that you will forfeit your right to be present
So
in
you're
this
holding me in
trial.
contempt.
Mr.
For the
Brooks,
entire trial? Did you say the entire trial?
I never said any such
You said
thing.
for the trial. So what do
Please?
you mean? I'm asking, what do you mean?
Mr. Brooks, you continue to
That is
come
not,
at me.
I don't consent to being called
You
that name.
continue to fight with me.
I'm
You
not
are
fighting
being
with you.
disrespectful.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not.
I'm
But
going to give you
said I
one
would have
last
the chance to make the
opportunity to
record.
sit down and be quiet so I can make a finding
Are you
as it
asking
relates
me
to
to
other
do
things.
that? Are you asking me
I don't
to
need
do
to
that?
ask, I'm telling you. Thank you. There were two other issues that came up that I advised the parties I would take up outside the presence of the jury and give, if appropriate, Mr. Brooks the opportunity to ask further questions of Detective Casey. There was questioning by Mr. Brooks about possible testimony and why it had to do with it was in the context of him questioning Detective Casey about speaking with Dawn Woods, his mother, and about a time in August, and there was some reference to his niece and nephew. And I sustained the objection. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury. That's the first issue. The second issue was the questioning of Detective Casey by Mr. Brooks related to the jail search. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey about either one of these two topics, is my first question.
Okay, why was it an issue with me bringing it to
Mr. Brooks,
jail
I'm
search?
only going to ask you one more time, and if you
I'm
don't
saying
answer it
if I don't
correctly,
understand,
then I
if
will
I don't understand what was the problem in the get-go with the question, how am I supposed to answer it now?
Mr. Brooks, listen to me, please. I'm going to ask this question one more time.
Man,
It calls for
I don't
a
like,
yes or
I don't
no.
like your tone and the way you're talking to me. I don't.
Mr.
I don't
Brooks,
appreciate it.
Sit down. I don't care if you don't like my
I'm
tone.
not gonna-
You've
I'm
been
not gonna
pushing
sit
my
down.
buttons all day throughout this entire
Okay, you've been
trial, and
pushing
I
my
have
buttons
showed
too.
the utmost of respect
No,
for
you haven't.
and I don't
Absolutely
appreciate
not.
you impugning the integrity of this court.
If that's
I
what you want to
don't.
call it, that's fine, but it's not
Stop
accurate.
talking.
What you mean, stop talking?
I need to make a ruling. Okay,
Well,
I'm purposely
let's
not
talk-
putting
let's
you in
talk
the
to-
other courtroom
Let's
right
talk to
now.
each other like adults then.
Mr.
Because
Brooks,
I've never told you to stop talking.
I'm going to ask this question one more time, and if he doesn't answer it, I'll take it as a no. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey regarding either his questioning or meeting up with your mom and your niece and nephew about possible testimony, or the search of your jail cell? Yes or no?
What was the problem with me asking the
All
question
right,
about
he's
the
not
jail
answered
cell?
my question. We'll move on.
I'm trying to.
Not Mr. Brooks. There is no law, he can cite to no law, no authority whatsoever that says I can't make an exhibit essentially on the fly if it's called for, and that's exactly what just happened here. So I apologize for my tone with the court. I don't mean to direct this at the court. It is very frustrating. The court has demonstrated much more patience than I have with Mr. Brooks because, again, I do not appreciate his impugning the integrity of these proceedings, of Your Honor's efforts to run a fair trial, and of our efforts to run a fair trial. We have ethical obligations as well to be fair in this courtroom. We have respected that entirely. The reason I was laughing 30 seconds ago was because the exhibit was mislabeled. There was an extra Y and it said Exhibit E, EXHIBITY. And I turned around to the paralegal and pointed that out, and we laughed over it, the word exhibity. That was it. There has been no disrespect directed at Mr. Brooks directly in any fashion. So he can object all he wants, and he has made that clear. He will continue to object and obstruct the court and obstruct these proceedings every last chance he gets. But legally, everything has been above board and proper, and this exhibit is no exception. I apologize for my tone, Judge.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional record being made.
I object to that.
My previous ruling doesn't change in any way that the exhibit is relevant. I indicated I would take it up because, and I'm taking what the state's saying as withdrawing the request to play the lyrics.
That is correct.
All right. I have not heard them, but I'll certainly take the state at its word as an officer of the court that it would be prejudicial based upon the lyrics that are in that video, but my decision to admit the video without audio stands. I do want to take up two other issues. There was an objection to questions regarding cross-examination. So the objections were by the state. One had to do with there was questioning about possible testimony with his niece and nephew, and then the jail cell search issues. So Mr. Brooks, you asked the questions. The state had objected. Since you're the proponent of what would presumably come in through the testimony of Detective Casey, what is your offer of proof as to why I should allow Detective Casey to come back on the stand and testify about his interaction, I believe it was with your mom, and possible testimony of your niece and nephew?
It don't matter with Detective Casey. He's off the stand. He's not going back on the stand too.
No, but I told you I would recall him. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury.
How do I supposed to know?
So are you withdrawing that, sir?
How am I supposed to know? I think I deserve a chance to rebut what was just said. I think I deserve that much if it's a fair trial.
What information do you want to provide to me about that last exhibit?
About what last exhibit? I'm talking about the audacity of the prosecution to just put that on the record when it's stating it's untrue.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's untrue?
We just heard her talk for 5-10 minutes straight. Now don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
I don't know specifically what you're talking about.
How he knew that was Mr. Brooks, because he had seen the rest of the video. He would not accept that. He pushed it and pushed it and pushed it until we played the video. The lyrics of that video probably would have been prejudicial. Originally, I wasn't going to ask for volume. Then I did, because he pushed it again, and his voice and his mannerism of speech, I thought would have assisted the jury in identifying Mr.
in that holding cell. I was just trying to figure out why I was in there so long.
Are those the verdicts?
Yeah.
All right, he has those. Thank you.
Is this the paperwork that was just put on my, it was paperwork on the desk when I came in. That was on top of my folders.
Mr. Brooks, I know that you were given the opportunity to take them to your cell, because that is what I was advised. Whether you did that or not, I don't know. But they are also on your desk now.
I accept for value in return for value any documents.
We did discuss all of the jury instructions and the verdicts yesterday.
So what was discussed when I was in the cell for over an hour?
There was no discussion, sir. The court was in recess. Madam Clerk was simply finalizing the paperwork based upon the discussion that was held on the record in open court yesterday.
I was told that I had to stay there per you.
Yes, so that we could provide them to you and you would have an opportunity to take them back to your cell.
But can they have been delivered to the jail?
All right, I don't believe there's any other preliminary issues we need to address other than an advisement I will have for Mr. Brooks. But let me turn to the parties and ask if there's anything preliminary to this phase of the trial, which is the jury instructions, the verdicts, and closing arguments from the state.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anything else from you, sir?
Yes, there is. Yesterday, I stressed to the court numerous times about me not understanding the proceedings. And essentially how decisions were being made on my behalf without my understanding or giving consent.
The court made various rulings yesterday. I made findings and ultimately made some determinations. I stand behind the record that was made. I'm not going to explain it further.
So a lot of those decisions were made when I was not present in the courtroom. I was in the other courtroom, correct?
That is true, sir.
Is that correct?
The record will indicate when those were made and where you were.
I can't see the record though. How am I supposed to know what the record will reflect?
Sir, the decisions were made yesterday. I'm not revisiting them today.
They need to be revisited, and it also needs to be talked about. Subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven for the record. I'm still trying to understand, Your Honor, how you made a judicial determination on my behalf, which I did not give consent to, as you say, I forfeited my right to testify, which I never did. I never said I wanted to. I never said I didn't want to. But that decision was made for me. Also, the decision for the defense to rest its case was made for me, which I did not consent to, nor did I say I was ready to rest, or nor did I say I was ready to rest. I'm trying to understand how all these decisions are being made without my consent, without me waiving any rights. I'm not understanding how, because none of my answers were unresponsive. I just didn't answer the way that Your Honor wanted me to answer. But I stressed yesterday, if I don't understand something, how am I supposed to answer a question that I don't understand fundamentally? It's not me saying yes or no. And it's not me saying, okay, I want to waive this or that right. And I'm not trying to make an argument with you in any way. I'm just seeking to understand how these decisions are made. If I'm letting the court know and I'm putting the court on notice, hey, I don't understand this or I don't understand that.
Any other things? Otherwise, I'm prepared to address each one of those.
Yeah. There was a mention of if there is a conviction in this matter, there is a mention of sentencing, which I'm assuming there'll be some type of people may want to speak. I know if there is a conviction on my half, people would definitely want to address the court. There'll be a lot of affairs that need to be put in order, obviously on my side. If it pleases the court, if there is a conviction in this matter, I would like the sentencing to not be so quick. I'm asking if it pleases the court for the sentencing to be held off into a later time, not a day or two or a week, just so that affairs can be put in order properly and so that the people that want to come in and speak will have the opportunity to address the court.
I think that's a fair request, sir.
If that pleases.
I think that's a fair request. I thought about that more overnight, that in the event there is a conviction, that I would like to give the parties an opportunity to do that. I have no idea how many people would want to speak. My inclination would be, again, and this is not set in stone, if there is a conviction on any of these counts, I may ask the parties to just come back in on Monday, October 31st with kind of a proposed plan of how many people do you think will speak on your behalf, how long do you think it will take, so that I can look at my calendar and then set aside the appropriate amount of time. I certainly don't want to rush anything, and I think that's a fair request that you're making.
Thank you.
All right. So with all of that then, sir, subject matter jurisdiction, I decline to address that further. I stand by the written decision. that I've made previously. As far as the rulings made yesterday regarding your ability or inability to present further testimony and witnesses and to testify yourself, the court did make various rulings and findings that you had forfeited your right to do so by conduct. I'm not going to further explain the law or these prior rulings to you. I stand behind them, and I believe I made a very, very clear record. So to the extent that you are asking me to reconsider any of that, that's how I would interpret your statements here today. I decline to do so.
So, Your Honor, would that be, that's still not, I have no understanding to why I wasn't given the opportunity to place certain things into evidence. I have virtually nothing, zero evidence that I was able to place into evidence, nothing.
I disagree with that, sir. You called, I think, 9 witnesses on your behalf on various issues, including the honking of the horn, the window tinting. You cross-examined many of the state's witnesses about police barricades and the presence of police. So you did present evidence.
I'm speaking to the terms of everything that Your Honor asked me to do. You told me to put everything that I needed to present to the courts in writing. You made that ruling. You told me that's what I needed to do. I did that.
Mr. Brooks, you may have interpreted that. I did not require you to do that. As far as evidence in the case, I very expressly told you there are rules of procedure and rules of evidence that govern exhibits, testimony, witnesses, etc. What I told you is that any requests that you have related to the case, if it's a motion, be put in writing. I specifically referenced the statute 80201 regarding how a motion is made and what it should contain, meaning it has a very express request for relief and states the law and the facts upon which the request is being made. Again, I'm not going to revisit the prior rulings. I stand behind them, and to the extent that the record does not have, meaning the record before the jury and the evidence does not have certain pieces of information, evidence, or testimony that you wanted to present, you forfeited that opportunity yesterday based upon your conduct.
How did I forfeit the opportunity?
Again, I'm not going to revisit that, sir. What I will tell you is this.
How did I forfeit
This
the
jury is
opportunity
here.
to be able to place into evidence?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to debate this further.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm trying to understand.
To respect the fact that I've made rulings.
Your Honor, that's you
It's
made
not
a
my
judicial
job to
determination.
explain them
You made
to
it.
you.
I'm not asking you to explain anything. You're misinterpreting what I'm trying to ask you and trying to tell you. You're misinterpreting it. With all due respect, Your Honor. When you tell me this is what you need to do, I'm going to take it by what you're telling me that I need to do. If I needed to make anything request-wise or anything that I needed to present to the court, it has to be in writing. You told me to do that. I did it. You also brought up when I asked numerous times before when would I have a chance to present things into evidence, you told me we were not at the evidentiary phase of the trial yet. So I took that as saying, okay, well, at some point I will have the opportunity to place things into evidence that need to be put in evidence for the record. So I'm not understanding how a decision can be made for me to actually forfeit being able to put things into the record that need to be placed into the record. All these things are things that, quite frankly, allow me to put on a defense. Things that need to be known, things that should be in the record, as far as filings, as far as ICFs that I was told to by you to address certain ICFs either to you or to the clerk of courts, which I did, and received copies for all of them except until last week. It was a few of them that I didn't receive copies for that I'm still wondering why I haven't received those copies when I received the copies of all the ones before that. But in terms of that, I did what Your Honor asked me to do. And these are things that were part of my defense that needed to be placed into the record. So where my confusion comes in is not being able to place those things into the record. Things
Mr.
that
Brooks, I'm
things
gonna
that
cut you off
clearly help
because
my defense.
I stand by my ruling. I'm not revisiting it. To the extent that you claim lack of understanding or your lack of consent, it's been made abundantly clear on this record your position on that. I'm not revisiting it. I'm further advising you that when this jury comes out, I expect that you will honor the decisions that were made, not agree, but you will honor them and not interrupt the court or these proceedings as I instruct the jury.
So how am I supposed to put these things in the record that need to be in the record?
Mr. Brooks, I'm well aware of the effect my ruling had, and I'm not going to debate it with you further.
I just want to know, how am I supposed to get these things on the record? How am I supposed to, because the filings that I gave, you actually filed and gave me the copies back. So are those in the record?
Mr. Brooks, I'm no longer going to talk about this.
I'm just seeking to understand.
Mr. Brooks, I cannot explain procedure or evidence
The filings that
or
I
the
filed.
rulings or
I'm
the
asking
law
a question,
to
Your Honor.
you.
I'm merely asking a question. The filings that I presented to Your Honor.
Any filings
For
with
the
this
court.
court are in the court record. That does not mean they're evidence, sir. And I've told you
That's
that
not what I'm
previously.
asking. I'm asking, are the filings part of the record? The filings that were filed and timestamped, that were notarized, that I presented to the court, all the filings, the appearance bonds, the statement of particulars, the notice of special appearance, the court docket sheet, your oath of office, everything that I tried to present into the record. How am I not able to make them part of the record?
Sir, they were filed because you presented them to the court during the course of this case. Anything that was not offered as an exhibit and received during the evidentiary phase is not evidence in this trial.
That's what I attempted to do, and you said I couldn't. You told me,
Mr. Brooks, I am bringing this jury
Your Honor,
out.
with
Listen
all
to
respect, you told me that we were not at the evidence. When I said I have exhibits as well, I have stuff that I want to put into the record. I even asked, I said,
Mr. Brooks,
may I give an offer into evidence?
I'm going to stop you
things.
once again. I'm not going to have this discussion and debate. The evidentiary phase of this trial is closed.
It should not be, though,
at the
Your
jury.
Honor.
I understand your lack of consent. Your objection
So when would I
is
be able to
noted
put?
for the
When
record.
would I be able to put vital information into the record, which I haven't had the opportunity to do?
That opportunity has closed for you, sir.
So you saying basically you're prejudicing my defense by me not being able to present things into evidence, offer into evidence, filings and important paperwork and documents.
Mr. Brooks, and you
How am I
forfeited
not-
your right to do that by your conduct yesterday, and I stand behind that decision.
I
I'm going
asked
to do the
before
following,
yesterday,
sir.
Your Honor.
I'm going
I asked
to do the
this
following.
before yesterday.
You have not honored my request to you that you cease debating me on prior rulings
I'm not trying to
of the
debate.
court.
I'm trying to understand why my due process is being violated.
Mr. Brooks, the record speaks for itself.
No, the record
I am
does
going
not.
to take
It
a
does not.
5-minute recess. When I come back out, the jury will also be coming out. I'm advising you there will be no multiple opportunities where I give you to conform your conduct to the rules of decorum
Well, then
and courtesy.
just hold me in contempt, then, Your Honor.
You are
Hold me in
hereby
contempt, because
advised
I didn't even. I'm trying to
that if
seek
you
to understand.
start talking about subject matter jurisdiction or any of these other
It
issues,
needs to be addressed,
or
Your Honor.
in any way
We're not talking
interrupt
about subject matter jurisdiction.
the
We're
reading of
talking
the jury
about
instructions.
why my due process
I
has
will
been violated.
excuse the jury and you will be removed
Your
to
Honor,
the other courtroom.
We're talking about the 14th Amendment,
Right,
Section
I'm
1.
taking a 5-minute break. We are
Your
in
Honor,
recess.
Absolutely, G. He should go to law school, definitely, to learn that stuff. Alright. So, that was some of the Darrell Brooks clips. Okay. Now I'll go here. Alright. Yeah, exactly. If he didn't understand certain words or certain things, he should have had a lawyer or gotten some sort of education about this before he did it. And it definitely was very smart, and Doro complimented him on his very good skills that he had during the trial in certain situations. But, you know, overall, he didn't really know what he was doing. So I do think, as Denisha said, he is certainly has learned since then. And love this. We'll love to see more of Darrell case again. Oh, gee, we'll absolutely. I'll be glad to play it more of it. And the chat loves it when we play it. It's very entertaining. I always appreciate your commentary along with the other people in chat. All right, tonight was a very good stream, everybody. Thank you all for coming. You all did excellent. And thank you for the stories and supporting and being there for each other. And have a good night. Take care. See y'all tomorrow, and peace. And also, it's very nice to see you also, Denisha. I'm glad that I've been seeing you around here.